D cup test. D cup test. Are we okay? All good. Okay. Test, 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 test. Did you? I Ladies and gentlemen, set your watches. That's 1 minute to go to the entry signal of the first pair in Flight 11 here at the Detroit Cup. Welcome. I'm Dobbs Davis here with Isao Toyama. We're bringing you live match race action from the Grade 2 Detroit Cup, second stop on the USA Grand Slam Series. 12 teams here from 6 countries, 8 on the water now. The breeze has come up. 1 hour ago, it was overcast and just awful looking here. No wind, very gloomy. It's all just magically disappeared. The skies are clear. The breeze is up. We're on the Detroit River. Probably 6-7 knots of wind. An unexpected surprise for what we thought was not going to be a very good morning. We have 6.5 flights left to complete the round robin. The race committee is very comfortable and confident we can get through that today before rolling into quarterfinals, consolation rounds, semis, and so forth for the rest of the weekend. First up in the starting box in Flight 11, Maximilian So, sailing boat number 3, is extending away from us. He's entered from the left side. And he's up against Chris Van Tol. Van Tol, local Bayview favorite. Now look at that. There's been a right shift on the course so that Maximilian So can sail over top of Chris Van Tol just on the initial entry. I don't think Van Tol was very late in his entry. Sometimes that happens, so that just indicates there's a little right shift there in the course, or the starting line is a little bit skewed that way. But that just means we'll get back into the pre-start circling going on beyond the signal boat end. With enough wind today, it's going to be a little bit more action. We had some matches yesterday and some of the flights with good breeze, but a lot of it was pretty light air. But already we're seeing these ultimate 20s wheel around in the pressure. Most teams are sailing with 3 people on board. There is one team sailing with 4, Matt Graham. Just to give you a little update on scores and results, Maximilian So is on 3 wins from yesterday. So he's on a 3-4 record, looking to improve on that. He and his team Red Dot from Singapore. And Chris Van Tol is on a 2-5 record. Not a great day for the local favorites, but he's, of course, a very, very good in the ultimate 20s. And we'll look forward to seeing a little better performance from him today. So our format is to continue in the round robin. As I said, we've got 8 boats. We've got 12 teams to play each other once. So with 8 boats, that means multiple flights. We get to 16.5 flights to complete that stage of the competition. We feel confident we're going to get through that today, and out of that will be distilled 8, the top 8, into the quarterfinals. Those that place 9 through 12 will be in a consolation series to determine their positions in that in those rankings. Just coming on 1 minute to go. Maximilian So to windward. See him easily with the red shirts on. Chris Van Tol lurking a little low underneath, making the lead back. The Detroit River is moving from left to right on your screen. And for those of you here at Bayview, right in front of you, you know that. So the challenge has been to pick up a path to get out of the current over here on the Bayview side of the river. Sometimes that works out, sometimes it doesn't. Maxi So was saying yesterday he's not accustomed to sailing in strong current like this. So his default tactics were a little bit more mainstream for match racing, a little less dependent on the local conditions. Chris Van Tol seems very happy with taking the left side now. Now the starting line looks a little longer than we had yesterday. There's a little more room out there. So maybe that's intentional on the part of the race committee just to not give such a strong bias to that left side. But here comes Van Tol and So is from Singapore, so certainly one of the two far-traveled teams here. We have another team actually leading the competition from Western Australia. So and the others from overseas are competing not only at this event at Detroit, but they competed last weekend in Chicago at the first stop on the Grand Slam Series. Wow, look at that lift. Just watching Chris Van Tol elevate up on a shift or maybe a little relief from the current. Actually just getting into some streak on the water that may be a current line. So having to tack away and come back. So looks like Chris Van Tol doing very well in the early stages of this match. Next into the starting box is our series leader, Sam Gilmore from West Australia. He's up against Wataru Sakamoto from Japan. Graham in boat 8, closest to us here. Sakamoto in boat 4, furthest away. Looks like Gilmore came in with a lot of pace, and then the dial-up went very far forward there. Sakamoto's challenge will be to try to keep him in that position. Those that may be watching and are unfamiliar with the racing rules of sailing, the boat on starboard tack has right of way, meaning the wind coming over their starboard side, the right side of the boat. So Sakamoto in boat 4 just jibing to starboard now, acquiring right of way. And Sam Gilmore on port tack now having to avoid that right of way boat. So they then tack to starboard. Now the right of way reverts now over to the boat who is furthest away from the wind, the leeward boat, which is Gilmore. But as you can see, both boats are in not moving forward. In fact, they're starting to move backwards a bit. This is all part of the tactics of match race sailing, is using the rules to position yourself to gain an advantage. Sakamoto first to break away, accelerating speed. If he wants to be aggressive, he could have another go at Gilmore like he did in the last exchange, but instead he's extending away with 2 minutes to go to the start. Just an update from the Van Tol-So match. Van Tol is actually behind now, so going into the middle and getting a little more pressure seems to be a little better tactic. So this left side is not quite as strongly favored as we've seen. Van Tol's going to stick to that strategy now, more because he has to. He can't get to the right. There's been actually a little bit of a left shift on the course, so Maxi So could actually be close to laying the first top mark. Nope, they're tacking back. So this is a surprising result from Chris Tol's early lead in this match, but look at that. Maxi So opening the lead up to 3 or 4 lengths on the strength of just having a little bit better pressure in the middle. So the teams that are onshore now waiting to rotate in, I'm sure, are looking very closely at that tactic. Meanwhile, back in the pre-start of match 2. Esau, can we get camera over to the pre-start? With 45 seconds to go. Gilmore chasing Sakamoto. Sakamoto lead boat, white sails. Sorry, white shirts. With 25 seconds to go, Sakamoto can't be early. He, too, likes the left side. That's why he's protecting that against Gilmore. 15 seconds to go. Gilmore pushing hard. Five seconds to go. With the river point pushing them left to right. Sakamoto's got to be careful. He's not going to get slow. You see he has to luff up to get around the pin and not hit the mark. Some teams did that yesterday, and that little luffing maneuver would slow them down enough so their opponent would get a big advantage. So there goes Gilmore tacking away to the right. Sakamoto looks strong, but once again, he's got to be careful because this didn't work out very well for Chris Van Tol, and he may be in danger of being in less pressure closer to the shoreline with the left shift that we're seeing out here now. So when you look up the track, Sakamoto, boat 4, and in the distance, boat 8, Gilmore. Gilmore certainly looks good out there with more pressure. So having more pressure may overcome any difference in current. At this stage, it looks as though Gilmore could tack and cross. Of course, have the starboard tack advantage on Sakamoto. So maybe the left side is not as favored as everybody thinks. Meanwhile, back in the starting area for match 3 in Flight 11, Dustin Durant is up against Matt Graham. Matt Graham, young team, also Bayview-based. Had a very good day yesterday. They have their runners up to Gilmore. Gilmore is on 6 wins, leading the competition. And Matt Graham is on 5, I believe. Yes. Graham sailing boat number 7. He's entered from the right. And Durant sailing boat 6. He's entered from the left. There's Durant trying to get up and around the bow. He's able to do it, of Matt Graham. So early cross for Durant. Meanwhile, back up in the middle of the course, we've got 2 pairs coming upwind. The first pair coming upwind, we have Sakamoto tacking boat 4 off the restricted area with Sam Gilmore in the distance, easily crossing on starboard. The middle having more pressure, it's worked out. So is the next pair leading in match 1. They, too, found more pressure in the middle to get ahead of Chris Van Tol. And it almost looks like the breeze has actually shifted right a little as well. Van Tol tacking away, reckoning maybe he can get something of a righty over in the right side. So left is not right for the first 2 matches today. We'll see what happens as the breeze evolves here in the Detroit River. Right now we got about 6 knots of wind, very sailable conditions for Ultimate 20s. And then back in the pre-start with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go, Matt Graham and Dustin Durant are head to wind, just waiting it out. Graham holding position. He's going to try to keep Durant from getting back toward the starting line. Durant now accelerating. Options for Durant are to try to tack and get across. Here he goes. Graham will tack as well. Challenge for Graham will be to try to keep Durant from getting to the starting line. Durant options are to duck underneath, behind Graham, or another tactic we've seen, and we might be seeing it now, is to sail over the top of Graham and actually come at the starting line from the upcurrent side. We saw, I think Durant did that at least once yesterday on a dip start. Both teams doing that now. 4 seconds to go. It will indeed be a dip start. Somebody's going to be over. Blue is over. Is Blue still up? Blue has not cleared. That's Durant. Durant did not dip deep enough to get behind the starting line. So big unforced error there for Dustin Durant. The right idea, just didn't go far enough. And so he's going to come out of this start well behind Matt Graham in match 3. So Matt Graham, very aggressive, very extreme roll taxi. Mentioned yesterday, that's actually something that's been helping them with their boat speed in light air. So lots of tacks there, but again, they're just trying to cover the team from Long Beach, Dustin Durant. Next into the starting area in match 4 will be Ian Hollerbach, also local team, up against Peter Holtz from the Chicago Match Race Center. Hollerbach on 4 wins yesterday, not a bad day. Holtz on 2. Holtz sailing boat number 4. Sorry, boat number 2. Hollerbach sailing boat 1. They're both head to wind and a static position now, just drifting down current. For Holtz's whole goal here is going to be to get to the right side of Hollerbach. They're not in any particular hurry to do that at 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go, but if he gets too far over closest to us here on the shoreline and past the left side, looking upwind, the left side of the pin end, then he's going to be in trouble. So now sail sheeted in, trying to build speed. You can see how hard that is in this current. Holtz backing their jib to get their bow around and complete the tack. Meanwhile, coming downwind and crossing the same line, which acts as a finish line, is Maximilian So. Maxie now scoring another point. Going up to 4 is going to really help Maxie So. We're going to start getting close here in the next few flights of feeling the pressure for some of these teams to make it into the top 8 and advance to the quarterfinals. So Maxie So has done a good job of furthering that. And unfortunately, Chris Van Tol is going to remain on 2. So Van Tol's going to have to start winning some matches here to stay alive and make it through to the quarters. So still 1:10 to go with Holtz and Hollerbach. Heard some whistles and a yellow flag. Yellow flag in the pre-start. Sorry we missed that. Didn't see the boats come that close. We'll have to get our match umpires to explain what that penalty was for. So Ian Hollerbach has earned a penalty in match 4 in the pre-start with 30 seconds to go. Our chief umpire, Tom Rinda, and Don Mack were our match umpires, I believe. I'll have to confirm that. Certainly the chief umpire, Tom Rinda, is in the decision loop on that penalty. We'll call them here shortly to determine what that was. And there's a starting signal. You can see that the teams are sailing in a left shift now, and with that current, it's going to make it very difficult to get up and around the pin end. So they're just squeezing around. And taking the start is Peter Holtz. So Peter Holtz in boat 2 taking an early lead from Ian Hollerbach. Did a nice job in the pre-start. And we'll call our match umpires now to determine what that penalty was about. Umpire 4 media. Hello, Umpire Tom. Give us the explanation for a yellow flag, please.
Yeah, the port tack boat was yellow, and they held on port. The blue boat was on starboard, changed course a little bit, and then lined them up and went for at least a 2 to 3 second count before they were able to start doing anything to keep clear, and failed to do so before the blue boat had to alter, and therefore they received a penalty.
Umpire Tom, was there any contact in that?
Actually, no. We were lucky in that regard, so no contact, but still, they committed a foul.
Copy that. And just so I have my pairing sheet correct for your umpires, who are you umpiring with?
Andreas, Ancha, AA.
Copy that. Thanks very much, Umpire Tom. Good luck out there.
Enjoy the view. No streaming.
Well, we are streaming. So we are just got the word from our match umpires and umpire 4, Ian Hollerbach, did not keep clear in an incident in the pre-start, therefore earned a yellow penalty flag. They can take a penalty turn sometime before the end of the match. Of course, if they are behind as they are now, there's no need for them to do that. But if they do get ahead, their options are to take that turn and try to remain in the lead, so they have to build enough of a lead to do that, or they can try to set a trap in some way to actually, I am completely wrong. Our lead competitor, Peter Holtz, has got a penalty. So this makes it very much more interesting because Holtz has got to sail clear and either extend enough of a lead to do a penalty turn. Oh, Holtz is blue. So Ian Hollerbach is ahead with a penalty. So I got it right with the team who has a penalty. I just didn't get it right where they are in the course. So Hollerbach ahead with the penalty, has to complete the turn before finishing or try to draw a penalty out of his opponent, Peter Holtz, to then offset and wipe the slate clean. Now, breeze is getting lighter up here. You can see at the top of the course, it's getting very light. So things could get very interesting. It's going to reduce the options available to Ian Hollerbach to get their penalty turn. For those keeping score in match 2, Sam Gilmore has won that match and gone up to 7. Remaining on the course are 2 pairs with a big left shift. Matt Graham is up against Dustin Durant. Durant's kept it close with Graham. But you can see the angles that they're coming into the shoreline here. It's very much a big left shift. We're watching Ian Hollerbach off in the distance as well, able to lay the top mark on port tack from nearly the upper two-thirds or middle of the course. So that is a significant left shift. That's going to give Hollerbach a nice jump forward, but again, the big question here is how much do they need in order to complete a penalty turn? So White Spinnaker goes up on Ian Hollerbach. And his opponent, Peter Holtz, now coming around. They'll be setting what looks like a red spinnaker for their first downwind leg. So looking on that match 3 pair, Dustin Durant was pretty far behind and has caught up and actually maintained a good contact with Matt Graham. And now he's actually inside on a pretty good left shift. It's gotten light again. It's up and down. If Duran's able to maintain this and save attack, then this will bring him right back into that match. But coming downwind, watching with a white spinnaker, Ian Hollerbach, boat number 1, with about a half a leg lead. You can see the boats didn't spend very much time on port jibe. They jibed very quickly to starboard because of this left shift on the course. And for Hollerbach, it's a simple matter of dousing, getting around the bottom mark, extending their lead, and then deciding what they want to do, whether they want to try to do this penalty term at some point on the this next upwind leg, or let it go to the finish. What's the gallery think? Finish line for penalty turn? Hell yeah. Not just yeah, but hell yeah. Nobody wants to do a penalty turn upwind against this current. So Peter Holtz dousing their pink spinnaker in boat 2. Just hoping to stay in contact enough with Ian Hollerbach. Hollerbach tacking over. Maybe an opportunity here for Holtz to split sides. Have some leverage and a shift upwind to try to get back in closer contact. Meanwhile, up the track, middle of the track, coming downwind with a red spinnaker is Matt Graham. You got him on spinnaker? Almost. So Matt Graham coming downwind. He's had the lead this entire match. Looking a little soft over there. Still rolling down the course with the current. Dustin Durant trying something different. Almost looks like they're going wing on wing with a black spinnaker in an effort to try to close the gap down with Matt Graham. Graham's now jibed to starboard. Just a few moments away from winning their 6th match. So Matt Graham, red spinnaker, boat 7. Will get the flag at the finish line, go up to 6, and look very good for rotating through to the next stage. Peter Holtz has got some work to do. He's just coming off the shoreline now. Has a little bit of an inside track on the left shift, but yeah, quite a bit of distance to make up. To get at his opponent, Ian Hollerbach, who's in the lead, but with a penalty. So breeze holding nicely here in the Detroit River. It's filled. That little light spot is now filled back in. It's filled in a little bit left. It's a little further left than we saw this time yesterday. But very saleable conditions, some close matches. Teams that are finished sailing are going through the rotation. So after the conclusion of this match 4 in flight 11, we should resume match racing in flight 12 quite quickly. I haven't heard of any breakdown issues on the radio, so hopefully we don't have any delays there. And rounding the top mark for the last time, white spinnaker, Ian Hollerbach. Ian representing Bayview Yacht Club. Many people associate the name Hollerbach with his brother Nathan, who's was very active in match race sailing, one time U.S. match race national champion. And Ian said last night he doesn't have a lot of experience in match racing, but has spent some time in these Ultimate 20s, and he's certainly doing well out here now, representing Bayview very, very nicely. He's on his way to winning what I think is his fifth match. Sixth, is it? Fifth, yeah. That's right the first time. Fifth.
And his father sailed in the Congressional Cup.
Oh, yeah?
And his brother Adam's a pretty fair sailor, too.
So the Hollerbach's clan of well-known sailors here at Bayview, a rich and deep history both in match race sailing and other sailing. And Ian certainly carrying on the family tradition here. Just moments away of scoring their fifth victory, and well-positioned indeed for getting through to the next stage. Umpires just woke up to come forward and realize they've got a job to do here, which is take that yellow flag down as Ian Hollerbach rotates through his penalty turn, crosses the finish line. They do it properly without any fuss, and therefore go to their fifth point. So with that, we'll take a break from bringing you live action here at the Detroit Cup. And join us again in a few moments when we get match racing resumed with Flight 12. flies a red flag or something stupid.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Raise the green.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was a countdown into the entry signal for Match 1, Flight 12. The breeze is up now. The left shift is in. We can hear the wind rustling in the poplar trees behind us here at Bayview Yacht Club. And you can see by the flags on the signal boat, it's maybe ticked up another knot, probably got 7 or 8 knots now. The other thing you'll notice is that red, white, and blue flag below the numeral pennant 1 and the green flag below that. That means the teams will be going to a green mark rather than a white mark in reflection of the left shift here on the race course. Those just joining us, I'm Dobbs Davis with Isao Toyama, and now Louis Call is our expert cameraman. Hello, Louis. We are bringing you live streaming match race action commentary from Bayview Yacht Club here at the Detroit Cup 2014 edition. 12 teams, 6 countries, with 8 teams on the water now. So with 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go, we are watching Maximilian So from Singapore and his team Red Dot up against, who is he up against? He's up against Sam Gilmore. Keep making that mistake. Sorry, Sam. You don't think so? Don't think he can hear us? Well, you never know. Those guys are wily characters out there because they are on 7 points. They're leading the competition. They are just doing circles now. A little more breeze means more maneuvers, a little more aggression in the pre-starts. So's coming off an important win in his last match to go to 4 and stay alive for his hopes to go through to the next stage of the competition, the quarterfinals. We are in flight 12 now. We will go another 1, 2, 3, 4.5 flights. At the end of that, the top 8 will go through to the quarterfinals. Certainly, Gilmore looks good on 7 points. So is now on 4 points. And probably is okay, but he needs to probably win one more to really seal the deal and get into the top 8. There's a lot of teams now on 4 points. The ones on 3 are nervous, and the ones on 2 are panicked. 1 minute to go. So leading back. Their approach angle now is one that we haven't seen yet in the competition. They're really coming cross current. There's more pressure. There's more of a left shift. The breeze is at 055, 060. What you're looking at here, if you're watching on screen, is a view to more or less the south. The left side of your screen is the east. The west is to your right. The Detroit River runs more or less east-west at this venue. There's 1 or 2 knots of current also going from left to right on your screen, and that comes into play, especially when the breeze gets light, like right now. Actually, that puff we had through in the pre-start that they still have down there, it'll get light here because we're not listening to any leaves rustling. So Maximilian So wins the pin end. The starting line's a little bit longer than they did shorten it from the first flight, but still plenty of room out there. Look at So get that little bit of a lift. Is a nice position there. Bow out to Gilmore. Gilmore's team hiking hard, trying to keep the ultimate 20s flat. Gilmore from Western Australia, Perth area, Royal Freshwater Bay Yacht Club. And he's ranked 11th in the world. So drag race over here to the left side. So does not have enough room to tack. He's gotten slow now. As they get into the shoreline, they get in the lee. The breeze goes a little bit squirrely. The teams that have tacked away and gone into the middle in the past flight have actually done pretty well. But look at this little elevation now. So's gotten a little bit of current relief. That gave him a little close and gauge to Gilmore. Very light air. Gilmore's keen to keep the pressure on here. Now with a little bit of a header, he can't hang any longer. Before losing speed, he tacks away. Very nice roll tack there from Maximilian and his team. Beauty. The crowd loves it here on the shore. Look at that squirt forward. Textbook roll tack. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. 2-length gain just on the strength of a nice roll tack. Maybe a little left shift helped. And here comes Gilmore. Gilmore will not have a piece of him. So very nicely played by Maximilian So against the series leader. So this could be a really, really important match. If So's able to get this, this could come in handy in any tie-break scenarios that may come up in the next few flights. So we'll let them go and go back to the pre-start of Flight 12. This is Match 2. We are watching Shane Diviney from Ireland against Chris Van Tol. Now, Diviney is a young intern at Chicago Match Race Center. He's been a skipper through a lot of match racing throughout the summer. This is one of his first times in match racing as a skipper. I'm sorry, he's been a crew most of the summer. But he's yet to win a match, so he's on 0 points at the moment. Van Tol's only on 2, so Van Tol desperately needs to start winning to make it through to the quarters. Four teams will not make it through. We actually can start looking through the matrix here and probably start checking off who is going to make it and who's not based on the remaining flights they have and their current scores. But I think in the meantime, we'll just watch the action. 1 minute to go. 3, 2, 1, and there's a signal. Diviney in boat 4 to your left has let Van Tol lead back to the start. Now with 40 seconds to go, Diviney may choose a path over the start signal boat. There they go. We'll see if that works out because Van Tol is still in control as a leeward boat. Diviney's trying to reach across with speed to get across Van Tol's bow. That's not going to work. Van Tol's got him. Van Tol in boat 5. Diviney's in a tough place now because with 10 seconds to go, he's in danger of being over at the start. There goes the luff. Oh, I saw that contact. Anybody else see that? Unless that was a simultaneous bow down from, yeah, no, I think that's, yeah, Diviney's going to get that one. So Diviney gets the penalty for swinging his stern at the bow of Van Tol. Both boats may have been over early at the start, but that's sort of irrelevant now because Van Tol's off and going. They're starting on port. Van Tol looks pretty comfortable to be able to tack and cross, but Diviney has a penalty from that impact there. Now, if a scenario had come out where Diviney was able to stay below the line and gain an advantage, then he would have gotten a red flag on that too, which means that he had to take the penalty straight away. However, right now it looks like Van Tol is in good shape on the right side, boat 4. So we'll come back to watching that match. Next up in the starting box with that starting signal in match 3 is Pierre Morvan. Pierre Morvan from France is entering from the left. He's in boat 6 up against Chris Poole. Chris Poole, boat 2. I think Poole's another one of those teams that is on 3 wins, but will need to have at least 1 or 2 more to be comfortable to advance to the quarterfinals. He was not able to do that last week in Chicago. I'm sure he'd be very keen to do that here in Detroit. For those keeping track in match 1, we still have Maximilian So in the lead against Sam Gilmore. So potential upset in the making there. And just listening on the radio to our race committee, wind directions of 080 mean the breeze has shifted back to the right 20 degrees. So is coming in. So let's see. What do we have here? Oh, coming up the track, just watching Chris Van Tol tacking in the middle of the course. Van Tol didn't have the best tack, but he sailed into a big header. Remember that he's got an advantage now regardless of what happens because his opponent has a penalty on. But that could be a harder fight, and it looks like that breeze is filled in enough for Van Tol to be okay. And actually, we just felt a new puff come in off the shoreline here. Whoa, some big waves chopping wood. Wow. That left breeze just caved in for Van Tol. Now it's coming back. But look at that left shift get out there. Big lefty. Van Tol's now got it. Divney had it first. Just a reminder, they are going to the green mark. The green mark, not the white mark. So, yeah, we'll go back to the pre-start, though, Louis, if we could, and pick up on action with 1 minute to go. There's a signal there. This is our match 3 with Pierre Morvan and Chris Poole. Poole in boat 2 looks like he's being controlled by Morvan. Morvan has done this consistently. Very experienced match racer, ranked number 7 in the world. We're now seeing why his mastery of the pre-start's pretty good. 34 seconds, very interesting. He elected, of course, not to follow Chris Poole around the signal boat. Looks like he's setting up for a plan to get to the pin end with 20 seconds to go. New pressure rolling down the track, and if that pressure remains left as we've seen in the middle here of the course, then this could work out quite well for Pierre Morvan. 5 seconds. There's a starting signal. Pierre Morvan, beautifully timed. And looks like he's got things well under control with Chris Poole. He's ahead with the left shift. Good boat speed. Closing gauge. If the next shift goes right, he's in good position there to still hold control of that match. Morvan is on 5 wins. Was just 1 shy of the leader, Sam Gilmore. This was his first match sailed of the day. He did not sail flight 11. So Morvan definitely in contention here for going through to the quarterfinals. The last match in the pre-start in this flight will be Matt Graham against Ian Hollerbach. Also going to the green mark with that Charlie flag at their entry signal. So Matt Graham, boat 7. Look at him. He's sailing up with a left shift. He can sail up and over the bow of Ian Hollerbach. In fact, he's got so much advantage now, he's just going to take that control and get in behind Hollerbach to chase him over past the signal end. Now, Matt Graham is on 5 wins. No, he's on 6 now, isn't he? So he's looking very good for advancing into the quarterfinals. Hollerbach, I believe, is on 3, or no, maybe he's on 4. So he's right on the edge. Hollerbach would love to win this one, if nothing else, for Bayview Yacht Club bragging rights. But with 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go, they're heading off to that north end of Belle Isle. Hollerbach not engaging in any pre-start turns or circles, but electing to just go over into a holding pattern over there. I know. Whoever wins then has Bayview Yacht Club bragging rights.
You said Hollerbach would like to win for Bayview, but they're both from Bayview.
He said it right, but
He got it right.
he got it right.
Always good to have editors.
You're getting old. We had to be the editors.
So, leading back, 2 minutes to go. They've got lots of time here to kill. Using the signal boat as a pick, Hollerbach. I hope he's not leading back to go to the pin because he's really, really early at 1:40. Graham is just going to chase him. Now, Hollerbach, oh boy, it looks like he is trying to use this as final. With 1:30 to go, not sure that's going to work out for him. Meanwhile, coming downwind with a yellow spinnaker and finishing their match in an upset against the series leader is Maximilian So. So, with the yellow flag, has defeated, where is he? Gilmore. Holy cow, he's like half a leg back. So, that's a big win for So. I want to go out on a limb here, but saying that that win and being on 5 points will virtually guarantee him a spot in the quarters. But the wind has started to shut down here on the course area. The 2 pairs that are on the course now are really struggling in light air. And in the background, Chris Van Tol still maintains control in his match against Morvan. They're on their last upwind leg, but boy, there's a lot of action there in the pre-start with Hollerbach and Graham. Hollerbach boat 1, very slow tack in the light air. And there's a starting signal. Matt Graham, nice job starting over at the signal boat end with some speed. Almost looks like a right shift out there now. If the next shift comes left, that will bring Hollerbach a little more even with Matt Graham, but we don't feel anything on the shoreline here just yet. In the background, that blue spinnaker was Sam Gilmore. Now, if we can put our cameras up to the top of the course, you see Chris Poole all tangled up there with Pierre Morvan. Morvan in boat 6 to leeward. Poole's to windward now. Very interesting. So Poole had caught up enough to Morvan to force that head to wind. They're going around the green mark. Poole is now ahead and is accelerating. The next breeze coming in here is a lefty, but I don't think it's going to be enough and have enough runway here to help Morvan get back into it. So there goes Poole. You can see his bow ahead, windward side. Morvan's going to have to just follow him around the top. They're both getting into pressure now. Morvan's just got to wait. He's got to wait. He's got to wait. Chris Poole will drive him. Who knows where Chris Poole will take him? Just because he's that kind of guy. Hey, you know what I'm talking about. Well, yep, see? He thought a little fake tack. Here we go. What's he going to do? Morvan just stays clear. So Morvan, one length behind, but Morvan is happy to be there, frankly, because the downwind leg is going to be where he's going to have an opportunity to strike. You get really nervous with an opponent only a length behind you on these downwind legs with the ultimate 20s and the asymmetric spinnakers. So let's watch this as Chris Poole with the pink spinnaker coming around the green mark now. We'll see if he preempts this by jibing early. Ooh, not the quickest set for the French. That black spinnaker tack needs to get out there. The pole's not out. There goes the pole. Wow. That little bit of crew work error might let Chris Poole off the hook. Very uncharacteristic for the French to have that kind of error, because that's a well-seasoned team. So Chris Poole may get away with this downwind leg. The French with the black spinnaker not looking quite as happy. Look at the rotation. Inside voice, please. Thank you. So black spinnaker not looking too happy there. Chris Poole well eased on the pink kite, extending away from the French. I think Poole's got might have a chance here. There goes the big ease with the black spinnaker, finally into some pressure. It just might be that Poole's gotten lucky and rode a wave down of some breeze that Morvan and the French simply didn't have. But they do have one more lap to go, so we'll certainly keep our eyes on that match. Meanwhile, going upwind, approaching the mark for, oh, look at that, Charlie flag. First Charlie flag at the bottom mark that we've seen. The race committee is signaling that Chris Poole and Pierre-Antoine Morvan have to go to the white mark. So right wind shift on the course. They will be squaring the course up to the wind, going to the white mark. So this will be very interesting. I guess that's why Morvan didn't have any chance, because there was simply no opportunity to jibe with the right shift on that first downwind leg for them. So again, we'll keep our eye on that match. Coming downwind now, boat 5 is Chris Van Tol, blue spinnaker. Van Tol's opponent, Shane Divany, is just coming around the top mark now. So with the right shift, it looks as though no jibes are necessary. So not a very square course, unfortunately, for Shane Diviney, and no opportunities to get back in this match with Chris Van Tol. Van Tol looks like, therefore, he's well on his way to winning his match and another point to keep his hopes alive to make the quarterfinals. Shane Diviney also has a blue flag on his back for a pre-start collision incident. So Chris Poole going upwind with Morvan. Morvan still trying to gain something back. He's tacked over to the right. Poole looks pretty good, though. He's actually getting into some nice pressure here in the middle of the course. He's got a loose cover going on, which is good. He's extended into the pressure rather than simply tacking to cover, so he's actually doubled his lead with Morvan at the moment. And then the last pair out here is Matt Graham in boat 7, coming downwind with a red spinnaker. They're on their first lap. They'll get a change of course signal at their bottom mark to go to the white mark for their next lap. Graham well ahead of Ian Hollerbach. Hollerbach with a white spinnaker coming downwind. So Chris Van Tol, boat 4, green spinnaker is finished. They've got another point, up to 3. They've got to win at least one more, I think, to get through into the top 8 for the quarters. They have one more opportunity to, no, 2 more opportunities to do that with the remaining flights. And that change of course signal is directed at Matt Graham in boat 7, just tacking now out of the bottom mark. They'll be going around the track and heading toward the white mark to the right here on their last lap around the course. So Hollerbach has a lot of work to do to catch up with Matt Graham. And this is a little bit of a Bayview intramural challenge with both teams members of the Bayview Yacht Club. But Matt Graham has a very strong score. He's doing the best out of the 3 competitors here in the field who are members here. What's Matt's team's name? Rowdy Racing, that's it. They do a little chant before each flight to get themselves pumped up. They explained that last night in the press conference. Whatever they're doing, it's working because they are up in the top ranks here with 6 wins on the scoreboard and well on their way to a 7th. In the background, watching Chris Poole head over there with a pink spinnaker, putting in white what might be their final jibe. They've opened up a half a leg lead on Pierre-Antoine Morvan. So on the strength of the catching Morvan on the first leg of their match, they had a luffing match at the top, were able to get to the right and successfully keep Morvan from getting to the top mark first, and have simply led around the track. They benefited from having a right shift on the leeward leg to keep them from jibing, depriving Morvan of an opportunity to attack on that leg. So a little bit of luck and a little bit of skill, and Chris Poole, boat number 2, earns himself a point. That'll be important for Chris to help keep his hopes alive and getting to the quarterfinals.
Come on, Pierre, get it together, dude.
One remaining match on the course. Breeze is remaining light. We thought maybe with a little more sun we get a little more thermal. Maybe we still can see that happen. It was a nice cool breeze off of Lake St. Clair to our east here. But in the background we're watching Matt Graham and his team in boat 7. With a pretty healthy lead on Ian Hollerbach in boat 1. If Graham is able to win this, he'll go up to 7 and tie with Sam Gilmore for the lead. Hollerbach's probably is not too nervous. He's got 5 wins, which puts him square in the middle of the competition, and I think probably in pretty good shape to rotate into the next stage of the quarterfinals. But at this stage, those that are on the ropes are Dustin Durant, Dave Storrs, Pete Holtz, and Shane Diviney. Those guys got to start winning some matches. I would say Chris Van Tol as well has to start winning some matches to keep themselves. Yeah, but Hoey, you got to keep winning, mate. It doesn't stop. It's an ever-moving, dynamic game here. So here comes a little breeze. Actually, it's a bit of a right shift as well. Pressure coming down from Lake St. Clair. That's good. We could use a little bit more here just to keep accelerating things. We're almost on the almost completed with flight 12 with 4.5 flights remaining to finish up the round robin here at Detroit Cup. So a little bit of a recap here on scores. Leading thus far, Sam Gilmore on 7. Matt Graham, I'm going to predict, with that red spinnaker you see coming downwind. His opponent, Ian Hollerbach, just coming around the top mark. So assuming assuming Matt Graham wins, then he's going to tie up on 7. On 5 points is Maximilian So, Pierre-Antoine Morvan, and Ian Hollerbach. And then on 4 wins, Chris Poole, Watoro Sakamoto. Yeah, and that's it. And then we have some more on 3. Dave Storrs, Chris Van Tol. And then on 2, Dustin Durant, Peter Holtz, And on 0 is Shane Divany. In the background, teams are rotating into their boats for the next flight, Flight 13. And in just a few moments, we'll see a blue flag go up at the signal boat to signify Matt Graham winning his match and going to 7 to tie Sam Gilmore. So with that, there's blue flag. That's a conclusion of Flight 12. We'll take a little break here at the shoreline of Bayview Yacht Club for Detroit Cup. And when we come back in a few minutes' time, we'll give you live action here for the resumption of match race sailing in the round robin for Flight 13. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The race prep signal is the entry signal. For match 1, we are now in Flight 13 action in the Detroit Cup. First round robin. And actually the only round robin. 12 teams, 6 countries, 8 boats. In boat number 4, closest to your screen, is Shane Divany. He's yet to win a match. Up against Dustin Durant from Long Beach. Both head to win, Durant in boat 6. This could be regarded as a battle of the basement. Durant's only on 2 points, is that right? Let me check my sheet here. Yes, indeed, 2 points. He's actually won 3 matches, but had a point deducted yesterday for a spectacular crash in the pre-start of his first match of the day. And with that, acquired a hit on his damage deposit, as well as a 1-point deduction from the umpires. So he won his next 3, but then lost one this morning. So he's keen to try to stay alive here. Those just joining us, I'm Dobbs Davis. Here now with Louis Call as my cameraman. We are at Bayview Yacht Club for the 2014 Detroit Cup. We're live match race action here on the shores of the Detroit River. Grade 2, ISAF Grade 2 part of the USA Grand Slam Series. Second stop in that 4-stop series. Wind has been fairly light this morning. Little puffs to 7 or 8 knots, then backing off to 5 or 6. But plenty of breeze for these Ultimate 20s. Boats with lightweight, a lot of sail area, and fun to sail. Match race sailing, 1-on-1. There's a winner and a loser, very simple format, but sometimes some complex rules, which is why we have umpires out there to help adjudicate when there's rules situations, and the pre-starts are one of the active times for that. Boats are very close, positioning themselves relative to the clock and relative to each other to optimize their position in the starting area. The course is windward leeward twice around. In this flight thus far, it looks like they'll be going to windward off to the east, upriver against the current to round the white tetrahedron in the distance. They round that to starboard, not to port, like other types of sailing. And they go downwind around the orange mark, single leeward mark, and then go back upwind and then downwind to the finish line. So we're very close to the start now, finally making final approach. Here we go, coming into the starting signal. You can see the boats were late for the start, but it doesn't matter. It's all relative to your competition and where they are. And in this case, Louis, who is that? Is that boat 4? All right. Well, we're a little obscured by distance and by other boats in the way. Chris Poole, get out of the way. Chris Poole, once again. So who's in the lead? 6, boat 6. So Dustin Durant leading Shane Divany from Ireland. Dustin Durant from Long Beach, California. Had done a very nice job of full control in that pre-start and kept Divany away from the starting line effectively enough to, as you can see, lead off the start now by 2-3 lengths and extending. So next in the starting area in match 2 is Ian Hollerbach against Wataru Sakamoto. Sakamoto a little bit late in entering from the right side, but maybe not late enough. We'll see if Ian Hollerbach, nope, Ian cannot cross and is therefore tacking. So Sakamoto in the distance in boat 3, Hollerbach in boat 1. You can see by their position head to wind that the breeze is a little bit around to the right at the moment. I'm not exactly sure of this because I'm not exactly on the starting line transit, but I think that makes the signal boat end a little favored. So the grand strategy here in the Detroit River is typically to stay on starboard tack as long as you can and come over to the shoreline to get out of get in some shallower water and less current. But when the breeze has gone right, that strategy has failed in a few cases. So really no clear pathway to success here. You just have to be good, keep your eyes open, and position yourself well relative to the competitors. There's a Yankee flag I see flying from Hollerbach. Sakamoto very slow there, but a green flag from our match umpires. So the way this works is whenever there's an infraction of the rules alleged by one party or the other, a Yankee flag, that's a yellow and red striped flag, can be flown by either party to ask the opinion of the umpires of what they saw and whether there's a penalty or not. If no penalty, a green flag. If there is a penalty, then a blue or yellow flag is flown to signify the party that has broken a rule and therefore taken a penalty. With 1 minute 35 seconds to go, still a lot of time left. Sakamoto off on the distance. Pair is really not engaged that much in this pre-start, but don't think they're not eyeing themselves and eyeing the starting line, and they're timing back. Timing is everything now. Now they're setting up very low down current. This can be quite dangerous in light air because of the effort it takes to get back upwind against the current. Sakamoto breaking away and going to the right, whereas Hollerbach's gone left. Now, I don't know. I mean, I think that's a little dodgy for Hollerbach because jibing away simply put them further away from the starting line. 40 seconds to go. Timing back now is critical. Sakamoto has more speed. He's got a bit of an advantage by being on the right, which simply means that if Hollerbach had to tack, Sakamoto would be there on the right-of-way starboard tack. Sakamoto trying to close distance now. But Hollerbach's actually done an okay job here. 10 seconds to go. Hollerbach's going to have the pin end. If that's what he's wanted, he's done that well. Sakamoto maybe didn't time that properly. That last dip down maybe didn't help him that much. He's tacked away. So Hollerbach owns the left. Sakamoto owns the right. And we'll just see how it comes out. If the wind stays right, this might be okay for Sakamoto as long as there's pressure. We can see that Hollerbach is rotated right a little bit with that shift, which means simply a longer pathway to get out of the current on the left and therefore maybe not as advantaged. But Sakamoto just doesn't look that fast out there. So Sakamoto struggling a bit. Meanwhile, up at the top, Dustin Durant seems to have a very healthy lead in the black Spinnaker. Dustin winning the battle of the basement out there with Shane Diviney from Ireland with the green Spinnaker. So light going. A little pressure coming more at the top of the track. I think the pre-start area is lighter than the top of the course. And in reflection of what the race committee thinks is a left shift out here, they've signaled the next pair to go around a different mark. They're going to ask them to go around the red mark rather than the white mark. I don't want to compete with you. No, I don't. You win. And we see a red Charlie flag as well on the race committee boat there close to the leeward mark. So the first pair coming around, Dustin Durant and Shane Diviney, will also be going around the red mark for their next lap. The red mark is much further over. Sorry, if I said left, I meant right. No, I promise I'm not dyslexic, but they've got the red mark positioned on the right side and the green mark positioned on the left. Like, I guess that's kind of like American buoy convention, isn't it? Red right return. How is it done here so close to Canada? The guys in Canada do it the other way, don't they? No, they don't? Okay. Red right return. All right. But next up in the starting box, now engaged in combat, pre-start combat, is Matt Graham against Sam Gilmore. This is the battle for the lead. These two teams have not met each other, but they are equal on 7 points each. Now, the lead almost really doesn't matter at this stage of the game because the leader out of the round robin simply gets the first pick of who they play in the quarterfinals. So Sam Gilmore now in boat 8 coming at Matt Graham in boat 7. Graham trying to get up and around the bow, is not quite able to do it. Fairly aggressive turns there and aggressive maneuvering. Two very young teams with only 1 minute to go. So they're still locked up into head-to-win battle here with a minute to go. Gilmore, therefore, seems to want to have the right. Interesting that Graham has broken away also with 40 seconds, so Graham wants to keep it close, is not necessarily wanting the left side, but he might have to take it. 30 seconds to go. Remember, the breeze is shifted right, the course is shifted right, and Gilmore is protecting the right side of the starting line. 15 seconds ago. That doesn't mean correct side, that just means the right side. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So, almost an even start there. That is Matt Graham to leeward in boat 7. Gilmore to windward in boat 8. You can see they're very close indeed, but look at Matt Graham and his acceleration and being in that lee bow position. Gilmore knows that and is tacking away. So Gilmore gets the left. Graham gets the right. It's no wonder that these two teams are locked up and even in points, and I would say locked up and even now in their match. Graham tacking back. Now, here's the first cross. Let's see how this works out. Graham looks pretty good for crossing Gilmore. Gilmore coming off the Belle Isle side and doesn't look like he's gained much at all there. So very slow for Gilmore. He's now getting a little bit of a lift and pressure, but yeah, loss of, 2 lengths there. Now he did tack one more time off the start than Graham did, but it's very interesting. Be interesting to see if Gilmore actually has a clear air lane to continue on this tack to head over to the left side. It could be that the next shift's going to be a lefty, and he wants to maintain that leverage. So if Graham may know that and want to force Gilmore over to the right, in which case he's going to reach off, close that gap. Or if he's happy to protect the right, he just keeps sailing upwind, allow Gilmore to have his lane to go left, and then just simply stay ahead of him and control him. All right, next in the starting area, going back to pre-start action, is Peter Holtz and Chris Poole. Holtz is in bow 5, extending away with Poole in boat 2, chasing. Poole is on 4 wins now, so he's, I would say, somewhat comfortable to go through. Holtz, on the other hand, needs to win this match. This is a must-win situation for Holtz to stay alive to go to the quarters. Now, a little bit of rivalry here. Holtz and Poole both are veteran, or I should say alumnus, of the Chicago Match Race Center's intern program. So these two have spent some time together over in Chicago sailing Tom 28s, and I'm sure would love to have their little bit of rivalry there. Sailing with Peter is his brother Will, who is also an intern at Chicago. And Will sailing this week, but last week at the Chicago Match Cup was actually in charge of things. He was the organizing authority. So that just shows you how sailors can fill into other roles to keep match racing alive and vibrant and relevant. Everybody jumps in and performs different functions of the game. That way they're able to improve it in all levels. Just about 1 minute to go. There's the signal now. Poole is not leading back. Holtz is leading back. Holtz in bow 5 with 45 seconds to go. Holtz is on what could be an okay ley line for the pin, but 35 seconds, he might be a bit early. Poole rotated up inside. In fact, Poole with a little bit more pace now. "20 seconds to go. I'd say Poole's in a little better position than Holtz with 10 seconds. So they are not going to be early, that's for sure. 4, 3, 2, 1. So there's Poole, better start, over the top with a fake tack. Look at that. Holtz wanting to tack through. And Poole matching. So in the background, Black Spinnaker finishing is Dustin Durant winning a point to go up and a must-win situation for him to stay alive. And I would say that Shane Diviney is out here practicing for his consolation round, 9 through 12 stage of the competition. At 0 points, there's no way he can make it into the quarterfinals now. But Durant will be looking carefully at the score sheet and who he's beaten and who he hasn't to determine his chances. Durant has, let's see, one, two. Durant has two more matches left, so he's got to win it. I would say he's got to win at least one of those to get into the quarters. All right. If Louis can point our camera over to the middle of the track, we can catch up on some of the other matches. Sailing boat 7 with the red spinnaker coming downwind for their first time. No, sorry, this is their last time around. This is their final downwind leg is Matt Graham. Nope, I'm sorry, wrong flight. Matt Graham, you're right. This is their first lap. Graham is well ahead of Gilmore. Gilmore is losing a little momentum here. He lost his last match and to Sakamoto, and he's. Is that right? No, he lost to Maximilian So. And he's got some catching up to do here on the match with Matt Graham. The winner of this, we reckon, will determine the outright leader in the round robin, since both these teams are on 7 wins each. Over here to Poole. And coming up win for their first time in match 4, Chris Poole is leading Peter Holtz. They've gotten back over here to the left side of the course in a right shift. So finally getting out of the current, moving with some of the pressure that's coming down the shoreline here. And in the background, coming downwind, toward the finish line. Looks as though that's Nathan Hollerbach. So Nathan Hollerbach done a nice job here. Sorry, Ian. Yeah, Nathan's probably listening, chuckling. All right, well, one of the Hollerbach clan has won that match. And they're doing well. They're up on 6 points now. So at 6 points, that's virtually assuring that they get through. Sakamoto on 4 points. Sakamoto's got some work to do. I think they're okay on 4, but they're going to feel the pressure on their remaining match. Let's see. They've got Sakamoto only has one more to sail, so they're going to start feeling the pressure now and might be right on the cusp. We'll have to see how the tie breaks work out. So the camera's pointed up at the top where Chris Poole has extended his lead on Peter Hulse. They controlled that match virtually through all the pre-start and the start. The other match on the course is match 3 with Matt Graham in boat 7, just maintaining his lead over the West Australian team led by Sam Gilmore. So up around the top, Blue Spinnaker is Chris Poole. Chris Poole doing a nice job. He was on the ropes a little bit in the middle of the competition. Didn't have a good start. Was starting to look like his 0-point performance last week in Chicago, but he's come back, and he actually had a very key win against Pierre Morvan in Flight 12. So, yeah, I think Chris Poole's very much in it and well on his way to earning himself a place in the quarterfinals. Not the same pairs. So Chris Poole around the bottom, doused this pink spinnaker, about half a leg ahead of Peter Holtz. They've got one more. Stay in touch, trying to make something happen here. He's jibing, but really doesn't look close enough or far enough forward to get at Matt Graham and the red spinnaker. They're more or less on a trailing track. The breeze is pretty nice up at the upper end of the course. Nice cool air coming in from Lake St. Clair. And actually almost a little bit of a left shift. The teams are spending a little more time on starboard than on port jibe coming downwind, even though they're going up and around that red mark. So my guess is if this breeze holds in this direction, we'll be back to the white marks in the next flight. So boat 7 coming downwind. Matt Graham has one more jibe to go. Gilmore has possibly closed the gap a little bit here just by bringing a little bit more pressure down. But very good crew work on the part of both teams. No unforced errors for either party to take advantage of. So it'll be Matt Graham, red spinnaker, rolling across the finish line now. And we'll get the blue flag that makes them take the lead in the competition, going up to 8 points, with Sam Gilmore going to remain at 7. Right. So one remaining match out on the course area. Chris Poole ahead of Peter Holtz. One more leg to go, leg and a half to go. Breeze is holding in here. Sunny skies, keeping a little thermal coming down the river. It's a nice, cool breeze. So those of us here on the riverfront enjoying a beautiful day here in Detroit at Bayview Yacht Club along the shores of the Detroit River, having this lovely view of our Canadian neighbors and Belle Isle here in the background. It's very nice match race conditions indeed. Organizers were very happy that they set a new record of running 10 flights of 4 matches each yesterday with similar conditions. Bayview has added a couple of more Ultimate 20s to their fleet, so they're able to have 4 pairs out racing rather than the usual 3 they've had in years past. So this has certainly helped accelerate the format and yet still have good racing. For those that may be just joining us, I'm Dobbs Davis here with Louis Call on the camera. Our colleague Isao Toyama's been out shooting still photos for all those that want to check in on the Facebook page and on the website. The match umpires have had a pretty quiet morning. I think I've counted 3 green flags and 2 colored flags. So so far everybody being very well behaved. No major collisions or contacts or damage hearings or any of that usual stuff that makes things complicated. Teams are rotating through to get themselves in the right boats for the continuation of match racing in Flight 14. We will have 3.5 flights to go after the conclusion of this final match in Flight 13. Coming downwind now, blue in Pink Spinnaker, boat number 2, is Chris Poole. So Chris Poole sailing his way into what will be 5 points. And Poole has actually 2 more matches to sail, but I think on 5 he's pretty safe in getting through to the quarterfinals. Our teams that we really want to watch out for and who probably feel the pressure are those on 3 points or 2 points, maybe even 4, depending on how the tie breaks work out. So blue flag, Chris Poole goes to 5. With that, we will take a break here in the live broadcast from Detroit Cup and come back to you with more live match race action in Flight 14 in a few minutes' time. and 3.
10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Raise starting.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the entry signal to match 1, flight 14. We're continuing round robin match race action here at the Detroit Cup. Those just joining us, I'm Dobbs Davis here with Louis Call on the camera. And sitting next to me was, until the last match, our series leader, but certainly a top contender here at Detroit Cup, Sam Gilmore from Western Australia. Sam, tell us a little bit about what you see on the race course here. We'll have you do some narration rather than just have everyone listen to me.
Yeah, well, the course is slightly different today. The wind's shifted a bit further in the right, so the left track's not quite as favoured, which makes the racing a bit more interesting, I think. Yeah, we're just into the first dial-up at the moment, and it looks like it's pretty even at the moment. They've just fallen out, actually.
I'll just inform everyone who's up here in the starting box. It's Pierre Morvan, flight in boat number 3, French team, top-ranked competitor actually in the event now. He was defeated in the last match, two flights ago by Chris Poole. He's sitting on 6, I believe, 6 points. Let me just double-check that. Nope, he's on 5. So Morvan will go through to the quarterfinals, but I'm sure he'd like to win a few more matches and be in a position to choose his opponents in the next stage. Morvan is up against Chris Van Tol. Now, Van Tol, everybody knows here at Bayview. He's a veteran match race sailor, veteran of many different types of sailing here at Bayview, but and a long-term Detroit Cup competitor. Van Tol really needs to win this because he's on 3, and that might be marginal to get through to the next stage. Up against Morvan, that's going to be hard work indeed. Morvan has done very well in the pre-starts. But with 1 minute and 35 seconds to go, Sam, tell us what you see on that pairing out there and what you think the strategies might be.
Well, right now they look very low in the box, which means they're kind of leading straight back to the start line with a minute 20 to go. It looks like the lead boat's in quite a strong position, so it's boat 3. I'm not sure who that is, but it looks like they're in a strong position to... Morvan, he's in a strong position to lead back to the line, and I think he'll end up winning the start because of the current pushing them away from the start line at the moment. So that's a minute to go, and they're now sailing away from the start line, which puts Morvan even in a stronger position, and I think he'll be able to just defend that from here and should lead all the way to the start line. So they're down to 30, and it looks like they're still a long way from the start line, so nothing's really changed. Morvan's just kind of covering Van Tol and just holding that lead. Yeah, he's now slowing himself down a little, but yeah, just managing to hold a really nice lead against Van Tol, doing a really good job of just controlling him up to the race. And 15 seconds to go, they're still a long way from the start, so Morvan can just do what he likes here and just race back to the start, pick his time and choose his side. Yeah, that last race I think is coming in.
So with that starting signal and a little bit of a right shift, Pierre-Antoine Morvan from France able to get out ahead and really well ahead of Chris Van Tol. So Van Tol has some work to do to get back into this match. Next up in the starting box with 30 seconds to go to their entry in match 2 of Flight 14 is Matt Graham. Graham entering from the right in boat 7 up against Chris Poole. Poole in boat 2 sailing away from us here and will be entering from the left. Poole's got a little momentum going. He's won a few matches today and come from being marginally qualified to get through to the corners to now being quite well qualified. So we'll see if he's able to maintain this momentum on our current series leader, Matt Graham. These teams are also signaled to go around the red mark. That's a red tetrahedron up to your left on the racecourse area. And that will be, the same mark the first pair is going around. Sam, what do you see as options here in the dial-up for Poole and Graham?
Well, yeah, right now it looks like Graham, who entered on the starboard side, is a bit faster and he's already fallen out. So I think Poole did a good job to get a speed differential there, which is what you're aiming for as the port boat being giveaway initially. And that just opens up your options and allows you to force the boat to tack away. And if you can get a good enough speed differential, a lot of the time you'll actually be able to get close on the tail. And I think Poole did a pretty good job of that. He's now crossed in front of Graham, who tacked back. So it's a close one and still interesting. And now, so Graham's right on Poole's tail, and I think Poole's put himself in a quite nice position actually getting on Graham's tail and should be able to lead him away and then either pick his time back or hold Graham from returning to the line. So now Graham's tacking back to the line, which makes him very early, and it could put Poole in a position where he can block him from jibing back. No. So doing what we call a reverse circle, where you tack instead of a jibe, which is quite strong in this sort of conditions with the current pushing you quite fast downwind. And I think that's actually the way to do it, because otherwise you end up a lot lower in the start line box and sometimes can end up missing the start lines. So now they've turned back up. They're heading back up to the line with 2 minutes to go. And I think Poole's in quite a strong position being trailing boat. Oh, is Poole trailing? Yeah, that boat's got 4, yeah. Okay. It's a minute 40? Yeah. So with a minute 40 to go, they're setting up high on the line. I think Van Tol is a little early for this start, but he should be able to kill the time using the current on his side. It'll be interesting to see how Chris Poole can push him to the line early and see if he can actually manage to get him below the pin lay. So this will be interesting. Poole's coming in behind. They're actually sailing up on the wind already, so it looks like they're very close to that lay line. Still a minute 5 seconds to go. They look quite early. So the minute to go. They're still halfway down the start line. Poole's in quite a strong position, being able to lead Graham back to the line. And I think it could be tough for Graham to be able to get unless he's able to tack back cleanly, which really depends on Poole's positioning here. 35 seconds to go. They're definitely coming close to that pin lay. So very early here for Graham, and Poole's done a nice job of manoeuvring his boat inside to windward, and he's now able to pick his time back to the boat end of the line. He's tacked there, and Graham's actually stayed on starboard, so looks like Poole should win this start if he can get his speed up, because Graham does look early to the line. So 5 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1. So clear start, but definitely I think Poole in control, and it'll really depend on what this course is doing. Looks like quite an even course relative to before, and because of this right-hand shift we've seen, I don't think this left-hand side will be as favoured as it has been before.
Yeah, it's very interesting, Sam. I think when you were out sailing this morning on starboard tack, you were intersecting the shoreline much more acutely in the angle. Here now, they're almost parallel going up current up against the river.
Yeah, I mean, with the hitting this left side of the course, you get a lot of what we've found is one current relief and also a nice shift that allows you to actually move up the racetrack a lot faster. So with this, when this wind's shifted, it actually means that you're not going to come over to the current relief and you have to stay out in the middle of the river for much longer. So I think it's a much more even racetrack, and it means that you have to be able to play the shifts a bit more and manage your opponent much more rather than trying to play just the course itself. So both the boats has just continued on starboard tack here. It looks like Poole's managed to keep his gauge up to windward, but I think Graham's stepped forward maybe a boat length or two, so it'll be interesting to see this cross. I still think Poole's in quite a powerful position, just being able to hold him out to the ley line potentially if he can. Oh, is he?
No, sorry, Graham's close.
Yeah. Yeah. This is not like a usual sea breeze direction or lake breeze direction, is it? You're not sure? Yeah, okay.
So as Poole and Graham battle it out to their first tack to get to the ley line to the top mark, we're going to go back to pre-start action, Flight 14 and Match 3. Dustin Durant and Peter Holtz. Holtz lost the last match, and so I think it's going to be really tough for him to get through to the quarters, sitting on, as he is, 2 points. Durant needed to win his, which he did. Durant now on 3 points, but he needs to win as well. Remember, he's had that 1 point deduction yesterday in a collision, so he still has work to do. I think they're probably kicking themselves now with that points deduction because every point is so critical here. Durant in boat 6 has got a nice lee bow position there with 1:45. Sam, what do you think on that position in the pre-start?
Yeah, I think the leeward boat there that's leading back to the line is in a really strong position. They're not too early to the line, and they're actually able to hold the other boat up. I think especially compared to that last pre-start, they're much higher in the pre-start box, which allows the lead boat to kill a lot more time before having to race. They can what we call fishtail up and down to slow down, and it allows them to manage their time much better. So they're now, with 1:10 to go, they have fishtail quite low into the box, which is interesting because they're now approaching the pin end lay. So the leeward boat's now running out of time to kill, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're actually early now. So it's Peter Holtz to leeward, who does look a touch early, and it'll be interesting to see if he can actually tack up, because I think the trailing boat Durant is not quite overlapped on him, which allows Peter to tack back. So if Peter can manage that, then he'll be strong in the start, but otherwise it looks like Durant's put himself in a nice position. Yeah, Durant's now overlapped to windward and is able to just time his time back to the boat and tack up to the start whenever he chooses. So Holtz has now furled his jib to try to keep his momentum into the wind. If you're able to keep your momentum a bit better, it actually a lot of the time puts you in a much stronger position to re-unfurl and to accelerate. Whereas Durant elected not to, which is interesting. But I think Durant's done a nice job there on port, leading back to the boat. Oh, actually, Peter's clear on the line and on starboard. So I think Peter won that start there. Has done a nice job to get going on what looks like the long tack up the course.
So must-win match for Peter Holtz, but it's also a must-win for Dustin Durant. I won't call this a battle for the basement, but it's certainly a battle to stay out of the basement. at this stage in the competition. Meanwhile, we're watching progress in the other matches. Now, who's over there, way over there in the far corner at Belle Isle? Can't quite make out who that is. Okay, Morvan. So Morvan and Van Tol way over there on the north end of Belle Isle. I think, is that right? Yeah, boat one is Van Tol. So Van Tol trailing Morvan, but boy, are they well over there. There is some current relief over in the north side of that island, we understand. Maybe that's what they're going for. But big right shift on the course here for sure. All the teams going around the red mark. And just from what we see on those angles, Sam, I kind of it almost I know the current's rolling pretty hard, but they got to be approaching the ley line pretty quickly to get to the red mark, even that far over to the right.
Yeah, I think they are looking close to that red mark lay. I think Morvan might have positioned himself just so he's able to tack back on Van Tol once they head back to the line, to the top mark, and he's able to now give him his dirty air and is now just putting lengths down on Van Tol. It looks like he's a much faster right now, and I think he's in a really strong position all the way back to the mark to now cover him and really open up the distance between the two boats.
Another close match here, just coming out of the bottom mark after their first lap around the course. Chris Poole, he's maintaining this lead over Matt Graham, but Graham is definitely keeping it close. Over in the pre-start of match 4, this is Shane Diviney against David Storrs. This is a must-win match for sure for David Storrs. He's got to win this one to go into the quarterfinals because he's sitting only on 3 points. Diviney has 0 points, so Diviney is definitely out of the quarterfinals. But obviously can act as a spoiler here for Dave Storrs. Storrs is sailing this week with members of Taylor Canfield's world-leading match race team on US 1. Actually, they were leading in the world. They're now ranked number 2. But Dave Storrs is able to grab those guys for this event. They are, looks like the breeze has gotten a little bit lighter, Sam. What do you think? Whoop. Wait a minute. Up the track. We had a dial down. Louis, can we pan over, please, to that match? Chris Poole is everybody knows Chris Poole's pretty aggressive, and he tried to dial down his opponent, Matt Graham, to prevent Graham from going to the right. A lot of yelling and screaming there. Match umpires green flagged the incident, though. What comes at stake is if the right-of-way boat on starboard tack rotates below 90 degrees. They're only allowed to dial down to 90, which might be a little tough to tell in this light air. But anyway, Graham has now gotten to the right, but Poole still looks strong. What do you think, Sam?
Yeah, I think Poole was really aggressive there in that manoeuvre, whilst not inflicting a penalty on his opponent, what he did really well there was actually coming out of the whole situation with more speed. So he's done a good job initially in this situation, but he's actually created quite a large split. So he's just tacked back now, and it'll be interesting to see how far ahead or how close it is, because if he's able to cross ahead now, he'll be in a really strong position for the second half of this upwind. So it looks like he is coming across ahead. I think maybe 1 or 2 lengths lead at the moment against Graham, and I'd imagine he'll just try to defend his lead, hold the right-hand side of the course, and hang on to the lead till the top mark.
Coming upwind out of the pre-start of the final match of this flight, David Storrs has done a nice job of retaking control in the pre-start. He's extended off the starting line ahead of Shane Divney. Now, look at how light it is. The breeze has dropped a knot or two. Divney having to tack away. But each tack's going to be really expensive in this light air. Meanwhile, coming downwind in the first match on their final approach to the finish, yellow spinnaker is Pierre-Antoine Morvan. Chris Van Tol in the white spinnaker has been desperately trying to catch and engage with Morvan. I don't know, Sam. I mean, looks like Van Tol here might have a little more pressure coming at us with a white kite.
Yeah, definitely looks like Van Tol has closed in, but I think it's a little too late here as they're coming down in the current. They're really closing in on the line fast. So for Morvan, I think in his position, he just has to jibe with Van Tol and keep his air clean, and he'll be able to just defend until the finish, which he's done now, and I think he's on lay to the finish line and is able to just cross the line 2 or 3 boat lengths ahead.
All right, so with the yellow spinnaker crossing the finish, we'll look for the yellow flag. That'll be Pierre-Antoine Morvan going up to 6 points. He's going to be through. There it is. He's going to be through for sure to the quarterfinals, but it's looking pretty grim for Chris Van Tol. Van Tol on 3 wins only. I think he's got one more opportunity to go to 4, and then it's going to come down to tie breaks. So that was a critical match for Van Tol, not able to get through. But thanks very much for Sam Gilmore. Good luck today, mate, for helping us out here in the commentary booth and lending a little down-under perspective to here at Detroit Cup. Change of course. The wind going even further to the right has prompted the race managers to rotate the course even further over toward Canada. They're going to be going around the green mark. So, Chris Poole, Matt Graham. No, sorry. That's Dustin Durant leading Peter Holtz, boats 5 and 6. Dustin Durant, boat 6, leading Holt in boat 5. A little lighter pressure here, a little right shift. A little change in orientation now also with the Detroit River. No longer is starboard tack going to get you over here to the shoreline and get you out of the current. You're going to be in it all day long. So the relief for the current really is going to be over on the right side of that north end of Belle Isle, where there's a little shoal over there that can get you in shallow water. How's the lake levels been this year? Okay. So no problem with anybody running aground over there this year. Some years I know that's an issue. But everybody's happy with the recent rainfall. Well, some happier than others. And that's kept the lake levels high. So no shoaling issues now with Belle Isle on the right. So that's now the new upwind playing field. Meanwhile, it's Matt Graham. Is that right? Matt Graham, boat 7? So Matt Graham has gotten ahead of Chris Poole. Poole was ahead for most of this match, wasn't he? And then something had happened at the top of the second beat for Graham to get ahead. So how about that, ladies and gentlemen? Chris Poole was well on his way to leading that match. He let Matt Graham get to his right, if you remember the big ducking incident and the dial down. Maybe that little bit of an edge with the right shift has allowed Matt Graham to win and keep on his winning streak. Graham is now on 8 points, and having defeated Sam Gilmore, is now 2 points clear in the lead. It looks like Matt Graham may win the round robin and choose who to play in the semifinals. Chris Poole, very disappointed. You can see by his stance, he thought he had that match well in place. But the shifty conditions here at Bayview Yacht Club are part of the challenge for sure. Chris Poole having some words with the umpires. Not unusual. So, another point for Matt Graham. Meanwhile, we've got 2 other matches up on the track, both going now to the green mark to the right. Nearest to us is Dustin Durant, just tacking now in boat 6 against Peter Holtz, who's on boat 5. Again, everybody seems to want to now go to the right rather than left, as we've seen thus far in the competition. A little more current relief over there, which in turn gives you a little more breeze since the breeze is almost parallel to the current. David Storrs was leading in the last match up against Shane Divany. Now, they have been at it for 8 minutes, actually. That's quite a long time for a windward leg. That shows you how light it is and what the current is. There is David Storrs tacking now. They've got one more tack to get around the mark. An 8-minute leg is quite a long windward leg for match race sailing. So the light conditions definitely taking their toll. Now, actually, I could be wrong. It almost looks as though Peter Holtz has come up to be more even with oh, look at this. This could be interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Peter Holtz looks like he's going around the red mark. And Dustin Durant packing away, perhaps intending to go around green. I wonder if we're going to have another mixed situation here. Our match umpires will hopefully be on it. Sometimes they get confused. But it looks as though Peter Holtz is setting up for a mark rounding for the red mark into the middle of the course. That's what we started with in this flight. But there had been some course changes. We apologize for not paying attention to what the signal was for the entry for them in that 4th match. We were looking at some other matches at the time. So how about that? There goes Peter Holtz. Blue Spinnaker. That's a big comeback in that match against Dustin Durant. Can you repeat that, please? We're here in media. We just wanted to know what the weather mark rounding, if that was correct for match 4. No, match 4, is it? Sorry, strike that, match 3. Copy that. I'm just trying to find out for match 3 if that was correct. Umpire 3 media.
I repeat, the color was green.
Okay, so copy that. Their change of course in that match was for Charlie Green.
That is correct.
Well, don't be such an asshole. All right, so we're confirming with match umpires that Peter Hulse, while he's looks like he's taken the lead and he's going around the bottom mark and vaulted ahead of Dustin Durant, he's actually gone around the wrong mark. So Dustin Durant has done it properly. He's going up around the green mark now, setting a black spinnaker. And the black spinnaker up there is in the proper position. That's Dustin Durant, match 3 on the final run.
Correctly displayed a red flag.
So blue spinnaker coming downwind. Peter Hulse. You're going to see him carry on to the finish. He will, however, may not get a finish signal from the race committee because he has not sailed that course properly. So what that's going to result in is a hearing. The umpires can't give him a penalty for that.
Red flag seen on Durant's boat for the black spinnaker.
Copy that. So Durant is the trailing boat who went around the correct mark. Is that true?
That is true.
Okay. So when he finishes,
Well, there is a yellow flag. The race committee's
are in position there, Mr.
just
Pratt, and
tasked with displaying the signal the boat crosses the finish line first. However, we know from our monitoring of the situation that a red flag is up on Dustin Durant's boat. They'll have a brief hearing to determine that Holtz did not do the course properly and award the point to Dustin Durant. So there'll be a little. They'll have a hearing to do that. That's just part of the procedure. And they'll do that probably here as soon as possible, as soon as Dustin Durant finishes. And we await David Storrs and his opponent, Shane Divany, to get around their course. They've completed one lap. They're on the second lap now, almost halfway up the second beat. Storrs sailing away from us in the shoreline here in boat number 8. They're wearing their bright blue shirts. Boat number 4 is Shane Divany, who's just tacked by. Very light air, as you can see. So tough conditions. This is making the matches longer, particularly upwind legs. No doubt everybody's going to head over to the right side north of Belle Isle to try to get out of the current. Not sure if it's showing up on the screen, but you can see a prominent red flag now on the port shroud of Dustin Durant's boat number 6, the black spinnaker. They'll finish the match and then have a hearing. So a little bit of a long delay here because the wind is quieted down quite a bit and shifted right. Boats are not getting any relief out of the current with this wind direction. So it's just lengthening things. I think in the meantime, they'll sort out the hearing matter to to resolve the issue with the Durant match. Teams are awaiting rotation into their boats for the next flight, which would be Flight 15. The one remaining match on the courts, match 4, is Dave Storrs. Has things well in hand with Shane Divney. So just awaiting my computer to refresh here, and I'll give you an update on scores while we're awaiting the conclusion of Match 3 in Flight 14. But the outright leader at the moment on 8 points is Matt Graham. Graham has actually 2 more matches to sail and has only lost 1, so he's definitely on a strong winning streak. He's 1 point clear of current runner-up Sam Gilmore. Sam only has 1 more to sail, and that's against the highest-ranked team out here, Pierre-Antoine Morvan. And on 6 points right now is Ian Hollerbach. So Bayview's Ian Hollerbach in 3rd place position here in the round robin. They have 2 more matches to sail. But at 6 points look very comfortable going into the quarterfinals. Next is on 5 points, Chris Poole. And also Maximilian So. Well, sorry, the points just refreshed. I'll correct myself by saying Matt Graham's on 9. Must have been some corrections there in the scores. Because Matt Graham's on 9 and Sam Gilmore's on 7, so he's 2 points clear. Pierre-Antoine Morvan on 6. Ian Hollerbach on 6. So that gives us top 4 there. Next down on 5, Chris Poole, Max Emilian So from Singapore. And then the next 2 on 4 points right now. Sakamoto on 4. He's the only team on 4 at the moment. And it looks pretty comfortable for Dave Storrs out there. Dave Storrs is on 3 at the moment, but he's well on his way to earning 4. But then on 3 is Chris Van Tol, Peter Holtz. And actually that point for Peter Holtz might be taken away and awarded over to Dustin Durant. So Durant would also go to 4. So the guys on the ropes are Holtz, Van Tol, Shane Divney, and depending on tie breaks on 4 points, Dustin Durant, Sakamoto, and Dave Storrs. At this stage, we still have, however, 2.5 flights to go. So we'll keep monitoring those scores as we get more. But we might be in a little bit of a delay here because the wind is simply so light that's making these weather legs quite long and the match is quite long. I've got 20 minutes and 30 seconds on my clock from the start of match 4, and that's 25% longer than the race managers would like for these matches. So it wouldn't surprise me if we don't have a little bit of a lunch break or something. I don't know. They may shorten course. There's a couple of options available. So Dave Storr is out on the distance, jibing that blue spinnaker. His opponent, Shane Divany, has not even gotten to the top mark yet. So this is a proper caning being performed by Dave Storrs. Just basically riding the current back toward the finish line. Breeze has gone very light, down to less than 4 knots for sure. I'm not sure if the race managers are completely comfortable with running races now, but we will change to the race committee channel on our radios and monitor their transmissions and see what the thinking is.
Good. You should be coming out to take your lunch order.
So, Louis, where's our camera? Still on Dave Storrs? All right. Their opponent, Shane Divany, well back up at the top mark, has finally gotten around the top, finally set green spinnaker, but they're not going to come at Storrs fast enough, certainly, to change the outcome of this match. So I'm going to go out on a big limb here and call this for Dave Storrs, give him a point. He goes up to 4. And we'll keep his hopes alive to rotate through to the next stage in the competition. This will be the conclusion of Flight 14. We've got 2.5 more flights to go. It's just about 5 minutes after 1 local time. Plenty of daylight left here to complete the round robin. That is the goals of the race managers. And there's the yellow flag. So we'll take a break here from Bayview Yacht Club. For those watching online, go get some lunch. I think that's what we're going to do. And just come back to join us with resumption of match race action in Flight 15. Welcome back to match race action here, ladies and gentlemen. We are in flight 15 of the round robin. The wind has come back up. We had a little lunch delay there in the breeze. The teams are going around the red mark for their first windward mark rounding. We are well underway. 3 minutes to go with the Morvan and Gilmore match. Pierre-Antoine Morvan and Sam Gilmore both are going to be through going into the next stage, the quarterfinals, but this outcome of this match and the next couple will determine where they are in the pecking order, who gets to choose who to play each other in the knockout series and the quarterfinals. These are the two highest ranked teams in the competition. Morvan ranked 7th in the world and Gilmore ranked 11th. Thus far, Morvan has won 6 points in the round robin, Gilmore on 7. A little bit more wind now. It's back up to sailable conditions of about 6-7 knots. That's bringing the action a little bit more heated in the pre-starts. 2 minutes to go. The boats are pretty far away because of the rotation of the wind over to the right. The pre-start area now is closer over to Belle Isle from our vantage point here at Bayview Yacht Club on the Detroit side. Much faster turns here in the ultimate 20s. And we'll see who's going to lead back with 1:40 to go. Gilmore to windward, Morvan to leeward. From left to right. No problems with ley line to the signal boat. It's all a matter of what side you want to start on. Now, from our vantage point, it almost looks as though the right side of the starting line is a little favored, the signal boat end. Gilmore looks keen to try to protect that approach. 1 minute to go. Gilmore head to win, trying to stay between Morvan and the starting line with 28 seconds to go. The left side is not going to be favored like it has been in previous flights simply because of the rotation of the right wind. So 10 seconds to go. Gilmore looks good. Now, if Morvan can get their bow out to leeward and try to keep the pressure on Gilmore, they can try to bring something back. There's the starting signal. Gilmore looks very strong there. However, here comes Morvan. Morvan is getting more in a lee bow position, a little bit of heel, free to build speed. Gilmore can't build speed from that position. They're simply too close to Morvan, susceptible to the luff. There goes the luff. Morvan with the flag. Very interesting indeed. Now watch them. They've furled the sails. That allows them to coast forward into head to wind without slowing down quite as fast as if there was a jib up. Now umpires still trying to make a decision. They're still reaching for the flag now. What's it going to be? We can't see it, of course. Anybody see that? No, they're not. I heard a whistle. Yellow flag, yellow flag. So Gilmore gets the penalty for not keeping clear when Morvan threw that luff right after the start. But as you can see, Gilmore in protecting the right, which I'd have to say is a little favored, has opened up a little lead. But look at this. The shift has come back more toward the middle. The left side may come into play here, and that's where Morvan is. Morvan gaining gauge a little now. He's not going to be able to attack and cross Gilmore for sure, but he's definitely closing the gap. Morvan, more pressure, more speed. Remember, they're going to the red mark, so they're dangerously close to the ley line up here. Now Gilmore's got the pressure, is content just to hang there and wait for Morvan to attack. Umpires are going to be looking closely at the restricted zone, but Morvan is going to attack before that. There goes the attack. No duck needed. And attack back. So 2 quick tacks for Morvan is going to probably slow him down even a little more. Gilmore extending away now toward their first windward mark at the red mark. Going back to pre-start action. In match 2, 1 minute 40 seconds to go. Chris Poole and Maximilian So. They're locked in combat now. So, red shirts. You can see them from the distance, jibing away. Chris Poole this time is racing boat number 2. Poole leading back, but getting very deep in the starting box with 1:15 to go. Chris Poole very early doing the big fishtailing wiggle, trying to slow his boat down. 35 seconds. They got very deep in that starting box and are now racing for the starting line. 25 seconds. Maximilian So definitely brought that on by going too deep themselves. Poole is going to be all over him. So Maximilian So doing what they did yesterday in the beginning of the competition, just too late to lead back against this current. So that start is going to go to Chris Poole, coming off the starting line now in boat number 2. Meanwhile, in the middle of the track, what looks like a very close match, the French in the yellow spinnaker just rolling, trying to get over the top of Sam Gilmore. Gilmore, black spinnaker, luffing to try to keep the French from rolling over the top. But it's not going to work. There go the French. Morvan takes the lead on the roll. Yellow flag up. Now, that was from an earlier incident. Gilmore's going to try to maintain some kind of overlap here to keep the French from being able to jibe. Yankee flag, green flag. They're calling for 17, no doubt. Proper course is to jibe to go to the mark. They keep calling for it. There goes Gilmore jibing. We love the umpires, but they cannot ever call proper course. That's always going to be green flagged. Now, if Morvan's able to maintain an overlap here going into the zone, let's go to the race channel. Does he have a wing? I don't think they do. So what's it going to be getting around the bottom mark? If Morvan can have an overlap, he's going to be entitled to room from Gilmore. Gilmore getting around. If there was an overlap, Gilmore ignored it because he's taken the lead back. Very, very close match there, ladies and gentlemen. The most exciting one of the day thus far. So Gilmore back in the lead. Morvan trailing, Morvan tacking away. So we'll keep our peripheral vision on that match. Meanwhile, we'll go back into the pre-start. In match 3, it's Matt Graham, our series leader, up against David Storrs. Storrs won the last match to keep his hopes alive going into the quarterfinals. But Storrs would like to get another win on the board to ensure that position. Leading back, Storrs is sailing boat 8, Graham sailing boat 7. Two minutes to go. Very early to lead back just yet. Graham is being chased by Storrs. These teams are going around the red mark up at the top of the course, not the white mark. One minute, 40 seconds to go. Graham on the attack against Storrs. Storrs in boat 8. Yankee flag from Graham. They thought Storrs jibed too slowly, but green flag from the umpires. One minute to go. Both boats head to wind. Storrs to leeward. Tacked over to as our series leader. So this is indeed an upset in the making. They've got around their first mark. They've got 3 more to go. Side. They went in. Matt Graham has to do his penalty turn straight away. That's the first red flag we've seen in the competition. The reason he gets at the zone and grabbing Mark Room that he wasn't entitled to, he took control of the match. That fulfills the criteria for a red flag. So Dave Storrs maybe is going to be a little more attentive to ley lines because they definitely overstood that last downwind leg. Now, it could be that there was a left shift that came in, so they were just really hot on starboard jibe. But that was a potential. Now, it isn't over yet. Graham is over on the right. That right side's paid off in other matches. But Storrs looks pretty good now. They've got pressure in the middle. All right. Now, who else? Coming downwind now with a pink spinnaker. Is that boat 3? No, boat 2. Sorry. So that's Chris Poole. Chris Poole heading into the finish. Going up a point with Maxi So. Maxi So from Singapore on 5 points. I think they will all likely rotate through to be quarter-finalists, but I just hedge a little on that. This may come up into some tie breaks for those final 7th and 8th positions, but Chris Poole goes up a point, is now up on 6. The last pair out on the course area is Dustin Durant and Sakamoto. Wataru Sakamoto and Dustin Durant are both in must-win situations. The winner of that match between those two will likely determine who goes through. They both know the pressure's on. Durant is right now behind Sakamoto. Durant's in boat 1. Sakamoto is in boat number 5. Well, who is it then? Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong pairing. The guy, Van Tol and Holtz. Okay, well, that's still a must-win.
I like that, though. Van Tol's in one. He's behind.
My mistake.
But we'll take the win.
So Van Tol is now trailing Holtz. Holtz has got him pinned out over on the left side. I'm just teeing this up for the big drama in the next flight for you guys. And coming around the top, that's boat number 8. Dave Storrs, Blue Spinnaker, last leg to the finish. The last downwind leg, they went a little too far over toward Belle Isle. Paid for that mistake by having Matt Graham roll in inside them and overtake them at the bottom mark. Graham earned a penalty and a red flag. But I'm not sure if this is intended or not, but Matt Graham is really low and slow. Red Spinnaker now very light. Here comes Storrs, blue kite with the jibe. Graham jibes that red kite. It's almost like Graham now put it in gear, was waiting for starboard jibe to do that. I think they were just basically trying to buy as much leeward gauge as they could to set themselves up for this opportunity, this single opportunity, to get at Dave Storrs, and it's just not going to happen. Dave Storrs has got clear air and pressure ahead of him.
Yeah. He went around white. Van Tol followed him. Maybe he's going around red now. Yeah. He just did the same thing he did last race. Was it really Charlie, though? I didn't see anything.
No Charlies. No Charlies.
So they...
So Dave Storrs, boat number 8, just moments away from scoring a really big point, because this will take him to 5 and bring him back into contention for going to the quarterfinals. Matt Graham's opponent is already well positioned as a leader. Matt didn't really need that point, but he certainly didn't give it away in the middle phase. Meanwhile, we're watching a little interesting spinnaker action. Who's got the white kite? Trying to do a wing. They were trying to do wing on wing. They've eased the halyard out. So that's Chris Van Tol with a red flag up. Somebody around the wrong mark?
I think at the start they said red.
Okay, so Van Tol's taking the lead because they've gone around a mark that the other boat didn't go around.
Black kite's just practicing, I think.
Oh, black kite's on the horizon. I'm sorry. Here we are. Yep. Holtz is around on boat 5. Yes, he does have the lead, but there is a red flag up on Van Tol's boat. We're not sure what the incident will be. We'll monitor.
Charlie red. Van Tol went around the wrong mark. No, Tol's did. Again. Yeah, wrong mark again. Definition of insanity.
Yeah.
He's got a talk me right.
Holtz.
Yeah.
All right. Well, over here in the peanut gallery, we all think that Peter Holtz has done it yet again. Sailed the wrong course. Gone around the wrong mark. I feel a particular door prize coming on for him at the door or dork. Okay. Yeah. So red flag on Chris Van Tol's boat is to indicate a wrong mark rounding, incorrect mark rounding for the match leader Peter Holtz. who actually did this before in the last flight. Toll, this may help him to keep his hopes alive to going in through to the next stage. This was a must-win for Van Tol. I'm not sure, still not sure if he's able to do it. It may come down to some tie breaks. We'll see. But sailing the proper course certainly helps. So we are watching the final match of Flight 15. Peter Holtz tacking one last tack to go around. Well, we'll see what mark he goes around, because he thinks the top mark is white. His opponent, Chris Van Tol, thinks it's red. And yeah, we'll get that resolved. I think everybody here in the peanut gallery saw the Charlie red at their entry signal and no changes of course after that. So Peter Holtz demonstrating a little bit of confusion. Dobbs Davis, nice to see you.
We sailed on the red J120 Perseverance.
Oh yeah, long time ago.
Yeah, that is a long time ago. That boat's now here.
Is it?
Yeah, it got bought by some guys here, and he bought a J111.
All right.
Nice to see
Good for
you.
him.
I'm glad
Likewise.
you're doing this. This is fun to have you, calling the shots, as they say.
We're trying.
Yeah.
We got some breeze now, so it's good.
So what new and exciting things have you gotten going?
A lot, but I can't talk about it now because I have to do this.
You do
But
that.
I'll catch up later. Thank
Okay.
you. So Peter Holtz also has a red flag up because he thinks he's right. Duke out in the post-race hearing that'll be held to determine who is correct. Nonetheless, teams are rotating out to get positioned for the final full flight in the round robin, Flight 16. After that, we have a half flight remaining, just 2 matches, to then complete the round robin. So at the conclusion of, we'll start doing some homework and some predictions and looking at the scores and rubbing our crystal ball and determining, or making some predictions anyway, of who's going to go through to the quarterfinals. The top 8 will go into that knockout series. We know some of the teams for sure, but it's the ones that are down on the bubble that we need to determine and see if they have a shot in Flight 16 or the remaining Flight 17. So calling a winner of this match is almost academic, really. Our intel suggests that while Peter Holtz's flag will go up at the finish line, we believe he hasn't sailed the course properly. This happened in the last flight. And there's a yellow flag, but that may not be a point for him. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will stand down, take a break before match race action resumes in Flight 16 of the Detroit Cup.
10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Race start.
That countdown is the entry signal for match 1 in flight 16. This is our last full flight of the round robin. In this match, Chris Poole is up against Shane Divany. Poole in boat 2 is entered from the left. He's closest to us here. And Divany in boat number 6, furthest away. Now, Divany has not won a match, is guaranteed not to go through to the quarterfinals. Oh! And some mistake by Divany has earned himself a penalty in the pre-start. Yellow flag up. So very early on in the match, Divany not keeping clear of Chris Poole as a leeward boat. That's my guess what that call is. Has quickly earned them a penalty. So tough start for Shane Divany from Ireland. He is a intern at the Chicago Match Race Center. Spent a lot of time as a crew. This is one of his first events as a skipper. He's got an Irish mate of his over from the other side of the Atlantic to sail, and also an Australian. So international team on there. They have struggled a bit with the event this year, but maybe they'll come back next year a little stronger. Almost 2 minutes to go. The wind is actually holding in here. The course axis is aligned to the right, just as we saw in the last flight. You see the red flag up on the committee boat. That's an indication the teams will be going around the red top mark for at least their first lap. Wind holding in at, I say, about 6-7 knots. Enough to get around the track, enough to fight the current of the Detroit River here in front of Bayview Yacht Club. 1 minute 20 to go. Divany leading back and Chris Poole chasing. 1 minute to go. Two meters clear is the call from the wing umpires as they fishtail their way toward the starting line. Divany puts the boat head to wind just to slow down, buy a little more time. 30 seconds to go. Poole thinks he wants to give him another luff. Poole tacking away. Poole happy to take the right side, and looks like Divany's going to go for the left, but Divany's got to be careful here. 10 seconds to go. Is okay on time. Oh, look at that. Divany now able to tack. Very interesting reversal. I wonder if Chris Poole intended that way, because Divany now is in a very nice position off the starting line. He started on the right, which is a little favored on the line. He's got good speed. He has the starboard tack advantage when they come back together. So, yeah, I'd call this match even off the start. The problem for Divany, of course, is that he's got a yellow penalty flag hanging him over him now that he'll need to resolve before the finish line. So Shane Divany off to a bit of a mixed start here in the penultimate flight of the competition of the round robin. Next in the starting box, David Storrs and boat number 8, entering from the left, up against Pierre-Antoine Morvan, who looks to have maybe gotten in a little bit late or a little bit too far up current. It's coming in at quite a broad angle, but with lots of speed. So Storrs definitely not able to get around Morvan. And both boats now head to wind. In match 1, Poole, having just tacked off the shoreline, actually looks okay, looks pretty strong. He's caught a little left shift and some relief from the current. And I would say have taken that early lead that Shane Divany may have had off the starting line. But back to the pre-start, Dave Storrs and Pierre Morvan, you can see both teams going backwards, something you don't see in sailboat racing too much, but it happens in match racing. That pair has 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Lots of time left. Storrs chasing Morvan over toward Belle Isle. For those that may be joining us, we are in match race action here toward the end of the round robin of the 2014 Detroit Cup. I'm Dobbs Davis giving you commentary here from the shoreline at Bayview Yacht Club along with my colleague Isao Toyama. We have 12 teams this year in the competition. They're hail from 6 countries. And Bayview Yacht Club has acquired 2 more Ultimate 20s, so we have a fleet of 8 that are able to race out here so we can get much further along through the format and getting a lot of match racing in. Only 4 teams sit ashore while other teams are out racing. We're underway now with 1:15 left in match 2 of flight 16. David Storrs is chasing Pierre-Antoine Morvan. Morvan is the highest ranked competitor in the event, ranked 7th in the world. He's also done well here in the round robin, I believe on 7 points. And having beaten Sam Gilmore, he's actually the runner-up in the round robin. He will be second to choose his opponent. Well, we don't know yet, actually. They still have he has to race in this match. And Gilmore is actually finished. So if he wins, he's already in second. He's won the tiebreak. We already have Matt Graham confirmed as the winner of the round robin, so they'll get to choose who they play in the quarterfinals. But it's the remaining slots that are going to be up for grabs here with just a few more matches remaining. So Morvan did a much better job of timing themselves to come back to the starting line. Stores late at the line, therefore having to follow Morvan. Morvan is going to be tacking on them whenever possible. Stores might actually have a lane of clear air to Leeward there, heading over to the right side at the north end of Belle Isle. While they do that, we'll watch Chris Poole, boat 2, come around the bottom mark for completing their first lap in match 1 against Shane Divany with the Black Spinnaker. They are pulling that one down now. Now, next in is another must-win match situation in the competition. Maxi So, who's entered from the right, Max from Singapore, against Ian Hollerbach. Hollerbach's definitely through already on 6 points. But and Maxi could be through as well on 5. But anything they can do to keep putting points on the board will keep them alive. Sometimes weird tie breaks happen with teams on 4 and 5 points. And it'll be big contention for 7th and 8th place. So Maxi So has chased his opponent, Ian Hollerbach, way upwind. I mean, I haven't seen anybody go to that part of the race course in the pre-start. Ian may be allowing himself to get up there, but boy, at 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go, Ian's stopped the bleeding now by going head to wind and stopping. Maxi and his team just using the jib to control their bow. Both boats going backwards now. Maxi wants to maintain control by staying in that position where, regardless of what side that Ian Hollerbach goes to, Maxi can just put his boat right in behind him and chase him and position him to keep from getting to the starting line. 1 minute 50. The current, of course, here just drives everything back and kind of allows a reset. There goes So falling off on starboard, as does Hollerbach. So recognizable with those bright red shirts. So to leeward. So opting to keep his speed on. Ooh, look at that, tacking. Hollerbach's kind of chicken winged up. They're very slow, not maneuverable. 1 minute to go. So in control here to lead back to the starting area. Now Hollerbach's done very, very well for somebody who's pretty new to match race sailing. The very good sailor, has great intuition and skills and timing, but a little new to the match race game. He's representing Bayview Yacht Club very well, though, having already earned 6 points in the competition. So he's won more than he's lost, and 20 seconds to go. Maxi So wants to change that trend now. Maxi bearing away to get speed, something Hollerbach cannot do in that position to windward. 8 seconds to go. Wind has gone a little bit lighter, so this is going to give So a more favorable position to build speed, and sure enough, you see him just accelerating out around the bow, forcing Hollerbach to tack away. So wants to keep things close, so they will tack to cover. Right side of the course can get favored out here. We've seen shifts and puffs that favor one side, one leg, and then favor the other, another leg, and it just goes back and forth. So Maxi So, boat number 4, covering Ian Hollerbach, taking an early lead in match 3 of flight 16. Let's see, while we're looking at them coming upwind, we are seeing coming downwind Pink Spinnaker. I believe that's Chris Poole. Chris Poole on his final approach to the finish. He's was the first match out here on the course. Poole's opponent was Shane Diviney. Diviney in boat 6, jibing the Black Spinnaker, probably trying not to get tangled up with that other match. That other match coming around the bottom was Pierre-Antoine Morvan, boat 3. With Dave Storrs keeping it close in boat 8. Within a couple of lengths there, that match could go either way. So score a point for Chris Poole. Poole will go up to 6. Or is that 7? Actually, Chris Poole goes to 7. Had a rough start to the regatta, but has come back strong. He's now tied up with Sam Gilmore and Morvan. I'm sure there's a tie break between them and who beat who, but the general point is that they are through to the quarterfinals. Diviney will not go through the quarterfinals, but is going to remain out here. They are one of 4 teams that will be sailing in the half flight, 2 matches of the half flight of Flight 17. And 2 minutes and 15 seconds ago in the pre-start, the last match of this flight is the must-win match of Durant and Sakamoto. Whoever loses this match likely will not go through. So these teams are going to be very, very focused indeed. Right now, Durant is to windward, Sakamoto to leeward. Durant sailing boat 1, Sakamoto boat 5. One minute 40 to go. Sakamoto chasing Durant. Too early to lead back for sure at a minute 30. So Durant's got to figure out some way to kill time or put him up. Look at that. He's peeled off Sakamoto back on the other side of the signal boat. Sakamoto happy to do that, to have another go at Durant. Here they come on starboard. Durant has to jibe to keep clear. There's 1 minute. Still pretty early, though, for a final approach to the start. The breeze is up enough now. They can get there quickly. 50 seconds to go. Sakamoto, boat 5, has tucked in to leeward of Durant. "30 seconds ago." It'll be Sakamoto clear to accelerate, but he's got to watch out for the ley line. He's going to have to do this early. There they go, 20 seconds. with the current rolling right, left to right, this may end up being a split start. 10 seconds. So we can't quite see, because of the position of that powerboat, how Sakamoto is done with the pin end, but it's going to be fairly close there. Yep. They had to get up and wiggle around. Now, if this left side is favored, Sakamoto owns that. But look at Durant. Durant's got good pressure over on the right and shearing off a little bit. Meanwhile, when we look upwind here for the two boats coming downwind, red and green spinnakers. Maximilian So to windward, green kite. Nathan Hollerbach to leeward with the red. So's in a position to take Hollerbach's wind. It's very close there. Hollerbach's spinnaker looks okay, though. Hollerbach might be just enough to head to defend against Maximilian So. All the powerboats coming out to play here on a Friday afternoon in Detroit. Many thousands of pounds of fiberglass. Yeah. But look at this mark rounding, folks. It's all on now. So on the outside. And Hollerbach on the inside. Hollerbach inside. Very tight turn to be fairly slow. So had a little bit a wider turn, but is able to accelerate. So I don't know. I mean, So was a little slow there, but then accelerated. Has not done a downspeed tack. Anyway, for those keeping score, Pierre-Antoine Morvan has crossed the finish line now and earned a point, another point, to go up to 8 at the expense of Dave Storrs. Now, coming together, Maximilian So and Ian Hollerbach. So ducking. Hollerbach is not very interesting there. Hollerbach did not dial him. That, my friends, is that's just a sign of not knowing the game. If Hollerbach had dialed him harder, or dialed him at all, they would not have given So a little opportunity to luff. So did that brilliantly, but is still behind. So they have to figure out another way out of this. And there they go with tacking. Unfortunately, that's in those big powerboat waves. Thanks very much. So the powerboat waves now coming into play. Ian Hollerbach, though, looks pretty comfortable. The wind's getting a little bit lighter. And So, when tacking in those waves, enough. Blue spinnaker in the background, that is Sakamoto. having gotten around in the lead and now vaulting downwind. Durant just now coming around. Durant had a very good spinnaker set, but they've got quite a bit of gap to get back to here. So Sakamoto jibed over to starboard, blue spinnaker, likely on ley line now to the bottom mark. Durant trying to figure out how they're going to get back into this match. Maximilian So up the track is wondering the same thing. Now look at this. Very close, a lot of yelling. Maximilian So able to get back close enough to challenge Hollerbach's last tack. This is going to be a very close match. Hollerbach taking So well past ley line. So's probably okay with that because they just need to stay close and have a very good spinnaker set and a very good jibe. And this could be all on the final leg into their finish. So coming around the top, red spinnaker. Bayview's Ian Hollerbach in boat 7. Very nice set. So needed a very good set there. It's, I would say, mediocre at best. They didn't ease the jib, doesn't allow the kite to fill. But they're trying to stay low. Got to pull the tack line on. Got to ease the sheet. They're trying to stay low in order to set themselves up to jibe on top of Hollerbach. I would say they didn't execute that very well. They just, look at that, and they're jibing early now. So rather than attack Hollerbach, they realize they can't get there. So just enough errors in the spinnaker set for So and the team with the green kite that has kind of taken them out of an opportunity to pull the lead away from Ian Hollerbach. Now, we'll see. It's not over yet. They're trying to go forward, but it certainly looks like Hollerbach's got enough clear air to just make out the last few boat lengths into the finish line. So watching that red spinnaker come downwind, Bayview's Ian Hollerbach. A very close match with Maximilian So from Singapore. Hollerbach will win that one, go to 7 points. And So will be wondering if they're able to maintain enough margin to get through to the next round. We'll work out some of those tie breaks after this flight and report back to everyone. But these results are up on the Detroit Cup website for those that want to have a look and start working out the tie breaks yourselves. The other source is matchracingresults.com. Detroit Cup is there as one of the feature events, and you can actually follow along. The results come up immediately as they happen, and they get punched into the system. Meanwhile, on camera, we have the final match making their final top mark rounding approach, and that's Dustin Durant, who's desperately trying to find some opportunity available to him to catch and pass Wataru Sakamoto. These teams are even up. The winner of this will likely go through to the quarters. The loser likely not. So a lot of pressure on right now for Dustin Durant and his team from Long Beach. Beautiful set for Sakamoto. That spinnaker just flew up the mast. Just a little bit of a twist in Durant's sail. The twist came out quickly. We'll see if there's enough between them there for Dustin Durant to work with to get at Sakamoto. Sakamoto's not taking any chances. He's jibing. Durant didn't jibe quite fast enough, I don't think. Sakamoto able to fill the spinnaker faster, get that ultimate 20 accelerated and into clear air. Durant's going to try hard on this jibe to roll up forward and get to Sakamoto's air. But I just don't see it. I don't think there's enough there. Durant doesn't think so either, so he's jibing back. Sakamoto is not falling for that one. That could have been disastrous if he did, and Durant able to roll him. He's going to just extend over here where he knows there's good pressure. Feels comfortable with the lead. So watching boat number 5, blue spinnaker, Wataru Sakamoto from Japan, in a must-win match to stay alive to go through to the next stage, executing very nicely. And the last signal we'll see for this flight is a yellow flag going up at the signal boat out there. And there it is. So score a point for Wataru Sakamoto. And we will take a break here in the commentary booth to tally up the scores, look to see what's left. We've got 2 more flights left. 2 more matches left and 1 last flight. And we will let you know who's looking good to go through, who's not, and report to you on all the action here at Detroit Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have more match racing here of the round robin. These are amongst the teams which were the lowest ranked in the competition. It turns out that one of the teams here has done unexpectedly well, and that's Ian Hollerbach. So Ian is already through. There's basically no one out here that's going to have any determination on the quarterfinalists. Everybody who has qualified will go through. No outcome of these matches will affect that. What it will affect is a little bit on the order of where they are in first through eighth, because David Storrs, who's in the second match out here, if he wins, he'll swap a place in the current order of finishers. But basically, not to say this has no consequence, of course, because match racing is always good, and there is a 9 through 12 consolation round, which won't happen today but will happen tomorrow. So the first match is Shane Divany and Ian Hollerbach. If Shane wins this, he'll still only have 1 point in the competition and is no threat at all to Hollerbach, but certainly would be good to have them at least come away from this round of the competition with that sense of satisfaction of having beaten one of the top teams. What I'll do then is use this opportunity to list those quarterfinalists who are going through. On the top is Matt Graham, a Bayview Yacht Club member. Matt will be going through and his team. Pierre-Antoine Morvan from France on 8 wins will be going through. Sam Gilmore on 7. Ian Hollerbach on 7, although he may go to 8, depending on the outcome out here. Chris Poole will go through on 7. Waturo Sakamoto on 5. Maximilian So on 5. And then David Storrs, who's out here. He's on 5 now, but may go to 6. So those are our quarterfinal teams. After this flight is concluded, this 2-match flight, the quarterfinalists will be determined as to who races who. The first place team will get to pick first on who they play in a first to 3-point knockout series. Then once they make their selection, the second place team will choose, and so forth. First to 3 points means they may sail as many as 5 or possibly 6 if there's any fractional point deductions due to any damage on any match. But the wind conditions are very good here. Race committee feeling confident they can get through another stage, and even if we don't complete this stage, we'll be well on our way going into tomorrow for continuation of the event with semifinals and then finals on Sunday. So the intended format will be quarterfinals today. Tomorrow, finish the quarterfinals if necessary. The 9 through 12 consolation round, that'll be a single round robin of 3 flights amongst 4 competitors, so 2-match flights. And then semifinals. We may have also a consolation 5 through 8 series, single round robin, and then finals and petite finals. So a lot of match racing squeezed into 4 days here at Bayview Yacht Club in the 2014 Detroit Cup. What's allowed that is favorable weather conditions and having another pair of boats, having 8 boats. So on the screen for those watching online, Ian Hollerbach in Boat 7 is doing what they've been doing quite a bit in this event. They've taken a lead in the early phases, and boat number 6, Shane Diviney from Ireland is going to look for any opportunities they can to get back at Hollerbach. Next in the pre-start box is David Storrs. He's entered from the right. And Storrs is up against Peter Holtz. Very nice move by that powerboat. Look at the waves. Wow. Can we get some course marshals out there? That's really too bad. That was a huge wave that Shane Diviney had to deal with when behind in the match, and they really don't need that. Anyway, back to the pre-start. Boat's going backwards now with 2 minutes 50 to go. So Peter Holtz, boat 2. Peter has a distinction of having gone around the wrong mark, not just in one flight, but in 2. So not sure whether he gets a pair of reading glasses or how that works. And Peter Holtz is out there against David Storrs. David Storrs is sailing in this flight, boat number 8. They're in the bright blue shirts out there. He's from Pequot Yacht Club in Connecticut. Dave Storrs, 70 years old. Most of the competitors out here are not even half his age. So Dave Storrs is doing very well to be alive here in the final throes of the competition. He's qualified for the quarterfinals. Now leading back, 1 minute 30 to go. The teams are going to be going around the white mark. Green mark. I'm corrected. So the green mark all the way over to the right is their target for the first lap on this course. So David Storrs is trying to slow down a little bit with 48 seconds to go. Peter Holtz from Chicago Yacht Club electing to tack away. There goes Storrs to cover. 35 seconds. I heard a little bit of yelling there from Peter Holtz and his team. We'll see, but I didn't see any flags. 4 seconds to go. There's a starting signal. Dave Storrs off on starboard tack, middle of the line. Holtz well shy. Holtz will have to tack, so we'll give this start to Dave Storrs from Connecticut. Around the top mark, Ian Hollerbach with the red spinnaker has quite a big lead over his opponent in Shane Diviney. Come here, Chris. We're going to put you on the microphone. Come on. I know you want to. You got it in you.
What is there to talk about exactly? Dusty.
No? Come on, I need you.
Dusty's right behind you with the beer.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Let me near the mic yesterday. You warned me. You said stay away.
I did, and today's another day.
And both boats have about a half length to go, Dusty.
So we're quite pleased to have one of our quarterfinalists here in the commentator booth. Is going to give us some insight on what he sees on the racetrack, and maybe give us a few predictions about what's going to happen in the next stage of the competition. Chris Poole, the first stop in the Chicago event of the Grand Slam series wasn't so good, but you're doing much better here. How do you credit that?
I think we addressed a few issues that we had in Chicago. A little more confidence in these boats, I think. You know, Chicago's a tough venue, and there's a lot of tough teams there, like Taylor Canfield, who is defending world champ. So, you know, I think we just found our stride a little bit better here. We're having better communication between the crew, and I think it's working out really well.
But, Chris, you hail from Oak Cliff, where you sail with quite a big crew, usually a crew of 5 on 40-foot boats. Here you got a crew of 3. When you go back to your crew of 5 in the big boats, you're going to have that same communication, you think?
Yeah, if anything, there'll be better communication. I won't have to look around quite as much. I can focus on driving the boat fast and trust that my crew will give me the information that I'm looking for. But, yeah, Oak Cliff's a nice place to go and sail when the wind's there. They have a fleet of Swedish Match 40s, which are what I would like to call mini IACC boats from the last edition of the America's Cup. But, yeah, it's a nice place to sail.
Chris, tell us about this race course, what you see up here now. We've got 2 pairs out on the playing field. Ian Hollerbach, boat 7, pretty big lead over Shane Divany. Dave Storrs, pretty big lead over Peter Holtz. Tell us what you do, both as the leader of the match and how to maintain the lead, or if you are behind, what your options are.
Well, if you're behind, you're definitely in a tough spot. But I'd say to gain the lead, it all comes down to the pre-start, making sure you know where the breeze is, and it more so just getting off and having a lean and getting off the line at the right at go, and just having some boat speed, and you should be able to work your way into the match. And a couple, smart tactical decisions will put you up in front, and then from there, it's not as skewed as it was last year. I know last year when we were racing, I think race committee was a little closer to shore, and there was a huge play for that shoreline, which we saw a little bit yesterday. The boat that hits that shoreline gets a little bit of benefits from getting out of the current, but today it seems like everyone's got to deal with the current the same way, and it's more shifts and a lot more proper match racing.
So what are the options out here if you're Shane Divany? Right here in boat 6, trying to get up and catch Ian Hollerbach.
Well, with the powerboat traffic that we've been seeing going through that he got caught in, you can sometimes use that to your advantage. You tack right before a set of waves and they hit you from the stern instead of right on the nose. It can really make a huge difference, especially if it's light. But, Shane's position, he's got to, keep doing something, do tacks. If you think you can out-tack the other guy, try and attack him. See if you can't force an error on him and gain a little ground on him and make him a little off edge, and then things can open up for you.
Peter Holtz up there in match 1. Now, I think they're still going around the green mark, aren't they? One is white and one is green. So match 1 is going around white still? Well, we'll see. Peter Holtz, David Storrs is definitely going around the white mark. Peter Holtz, look at this. Peter's going over around green. Here we go. We're going to tune into our match umpires once again to try to figure out what's going on here. Peter Holtz has been challenged with this all day. Maybe he's just doing this as a goofy thing.
Fire 2 signal.
Yeah, Brian, would you confirm that it was Charlie Green at the start of the second match?
Charlie Green confirmed.
Thought so.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that's second match, but what about match 1? We're looking at. Sorry, that is match 2 coming down, right? All right, so So how about that? What do you think of that little scenario there, Chris?
Well, I think Pete just did a little bit better job, observing things. Sometimes when when you come down to that last match, you're focused on just getting a win on the board. It's going to be kind of tough here when David gets to this line and realizes that he might have sailed the wrong course. But if Peter is confident in his decision, he's going to sail a good race. Although I do see a red flag on Peter's shroud, so I don't know exactly what that entails. Could be just for safety because he thinks Dave's went around the wrong mark, but it's a tough spot to be in. I've been in that where you go around the wrong mark and then you just kind of got to put your head down and look forward to the next race.
So Dave Storrs this time has gone around the wrong mark. There's something about Peter in his matches that is just magic, I guess. Really an uncharacteristic, unforced error for a team that's in the lead. Dave Storrs sailing with literally the best in the world. The team he's got out here is Taylor Canfield's Team US1 -1 player. Where's Mike? Mike, would you have done that? No comment. Mike's in town to go to an Eminem concert tonight. His mates are out here sailing. I don't know. Who do you want to be? So he's taking up golf. Well, maybe his teammates out there will do the same because they made this error. They don't know it. There's a red flag on Peter Holtz's boat. The funny thing about all this is it doesn't matter. Is it actually doesn't have any effect at all on who goes through to the next stage. If Storrs did it properly, he may have gained another place in the standings to then either select or actually, I guess, be selected. Maybe now the target's on Dave Storrs. Whoever's won, Matt Graham now says, I want to pick the guy who goes around the wrong marks. I shouldn't say that. That's kind of mean, but yeah, it's an error that can affect anyone. In the background, coming downwind, and we assume who has gone around the proper mark is Ian Hollerbach in boat 7. Very interesting to watch Ian this last couple days. He's doesn't have very much experience as a match racer, he admits, but just his boat handling and ability to get the ultimate 20 to go fast has really helped him out in the competition because he's very close to winning this match and going up to 8 points, which means he's going to be tied for lead. No, he actually will take second place away from Pierre Morvan because he did defeat Pierre in the round robin. So there we go. Where's that flag? There it is, yellow. So another Bayview. Ladies and gentlemen, Bayview Yacht Club has produced the winner and the runner-up in the round robin series here in the Detroit Cup. Just a little factoid for the crowd. I knew they'd enjoy that. But that just basically allows them to choose who they play in the next stage of the competition, which is the quarterfinals. There's some that say, hey, you don't want to peak too early, right? It's like, wow, don't say that to who? Yeah, Dustin Durant, he's taking issue with that theory. But, yeah, congratulations to the quarterfinalists. Matt Graham, Ian Hollerbach, Pierre Morvan, Sam Gilmore, Chris Poole, Wataru Sakamoto, Maximilian So, and Dave Storrs. Dave Storrs hasn't sailed this course properly, so we think, but it doesn't really matter. He still gets through.
Now, for those of you that don't know, 1 through 4 out of the round robin will be given the ability to receive yellow entry at the pre-start, which gives you starboard advantage. But what I've noticed today out here racing is that the yellow really hasn't been super advantageous. These boats are small, they're maneuverable, so a little weight thrown around can get you out of a dial-up pretty fast. And then it just comes down to tactical decision-making. So it'll be interesting to see how the racing goes tomorrow. I think the plan, Dobbs, is we're going to start quarters today.
Yep, for those just tuning in, we are, including you, Chris, we are, we're going to start quarterfinals. It's local time, 3:35. So plenty of time to at least get a couple flights in on the quarterfinals. It's a first to 3-point series. The wind is holding, it seems. It's good racing conditions, and I think the organizing authority wants to carry on. And just sailing into the harbor now. For those of you here at Bayview, how about a round of applause for Ian Hollerbach, second place in the round robin, qualified for the quarterfinals. See, nobody can hear because of the power boats. But for those within earshot, all our quarterfinalists, we'd like to have meet out at the tent in the parking lot. All quarterfinalists meet in the tent in the parking lot to decide the pairings. One of the quarterfinalists is still out there in the race course. We'll corral them in. But as soon as they finish, probably 5 minutes' time, we want to get all the quarterfinalists to meet at the tent in the parking lot. Didn't see nothing. Sailing into the harbor now, Shane Divany from Ireland. How about a round of applause for Shane and his efforts here in the round robin? Shane will look forward, I'm sure, to a good consolation series starting tomorrow. Yeah, man. Don't get on an airplane yet. No, they have a 9 through 12, too. Yes. I know you don't, but it's in the program, mate. All right, so with David Storrs crossing the finish line, we will wrap it up here for a short break before quarterfinalists are determined, and match race action resumes here at the second stage of Detroit Cup. So don't go away, come back, and we will bring you more live action from Bayview Yacht Club. lot of static there. Pre-start for Chris Poole to earn the penalty flag.
Yes, I can. At the dial-up, Chris failed to come down to a close haul course. He was still attacking boat, and when the starboard attack boat came in, he failed to keep clear.
Copy that. Thanks very much, umpire 4. That's umpire Don Mack giving us the summary. Chris Poole in the dial-up didn't complete his tack and become a leeward boat, and therefore turn off his right-of-way obligations. So, bit of a basic error, but at the same time, it's very light air. Sometimes difficult to tell if you've completed the tack. But certainly, Chris is not out of it. He's in a strong position with Sam Gilmore coming upwind now. Hey, guys. Can you just keep it down a little bit? Yeah, thanks very much. So slow going upwind, very fast going downwind. Maxi So, Yellow Spinnaker in the background, boat 3. Looks like he's close to being on ley line. Ian Hollerbach chasing with boat 6, Black Spinnaker. Has cut the gap in half, maybe has brought a little bit of pressure down to the team from Singapore. Interesting, they do a no jib douse there. It certainly doesn't look very fast coming out of the bottom turn. Let's see if Ian and his team from Bayview can do a little better job on coming out of the bottom. Yeah, they've definitely closed the gap there. Still very slow going against the current. It almost looks kind of like a handbrake turn. If we could pan across to the left and see what is going on upwind here. You can see that blue spinnaker is not very happy. Wind is going very, very light. Whoever that is well ahead of his opponent because nobody else is coming downwind with a spinnaker. It's a big struggle to get up and around the top mark. The only breeze we see on the course is up here in the left corner, where we see Sam Gilmore in boat 7 gauging when to cut across and whether he can cut across Chris Poole in boat 2. I think the boat with the blue spinnaker up is Pierre Morvan. I'm not sure of that. No, I don't know. You think it's Graham? Yeah, boat 8. We can just see the bow number, boat 8. So that is Matt Graham. He's on his final downwind leg, or downdrift leg. Up against Sakamoto. Sakamoto's still struggling to get around the top mark. I mean, look how far they're having to go to the left in order to tack and drift clear of the white inflatable tetrahedron. It's pretty painful over there. Matt Graham trying to get over here to where he knows there's some pressure. But Sakamoto still hasn't even gotten around the top mark. So Sakamoto is a team third from the right up there at the top. They're still on starboard tack. They need to get on port to get around, but it almost doesn't matter now because Matt Graham in boat 8 is drifting quickly downwind toward the finish line to earn their first point. Nope. No. So very little, if any, wind. I don't know that anybody out there beyond this little patch of breeze we have along the shoreline has any wind out there. So they're really nervous about trying to make any progress across to the white mark. Oh, look at this. Sakamoto setting a spinnaker to get to the white mark. So I guess he's overstood. So that's a little unusual. I guess that tells them maybe they went a little bit too far with the jib. So they're going to come into the top mark under spinnaker. They got to be careful, though, that they don't hit the mark. But as I say, it doesn't really matter because their opponent, Matt Graham from Bayview Yacht Club, has won that first match. Oops, wait a minute. They put up the wrong flag. They put up the blue flag. They meant yellow, so they corrected themselves. So yellow flag up for Matt Graham winning his first match in a 1-3 series here in the quarterfinals. Certainly conditions not favorable out here to any kind of sailing. I'm sure they won't send anybody in just yet. They'll see if something develops, if the breeze freshens in. Next pairing to come around the top. They're setting the green spinnaker. Is that Chris Poole? Wow. No. That can't be possible. Boat 4, Chris Poole. No, sorry, Pierre Morvan. I'm looking at the wrong pairing there. All right, so that makes sense. Pierre Morvan from France, but hot on his heels is his opponent, Dave Storrs. Storrs in the blue spinnaker. Now, my money's on the blue spinnaker because as soon as a green spinnaker jibes, Dave Storrs will be right on top of him. But, of course, the wind could go flat completely, and then it doesn't matter. It'll be all who drifts down to the finish. Yeah, but is that right shift real? We're thinking maybe there's enough of a right shift that this becomes a parade, and they're just going to lay the finish line. If so, that's really unfortunate for Dave Storrs. You kind of rely on these downwind legs as an opportunity to get back at your opponent when you're behind him on the beats. And they may not pan out now. Dave Storrs' spinnaker looks slightly better. It's lifted up off the water a little better than Morvan. Now we're starting to feel here on shore that right shift that they're seeing out on the course. A little sort of pulse of cool air coming from Lake St. Clair. And if they have to jibe, it's going to be tough for the French because Dave Storrs is sitting in a perfect position to jump on him. Oh, no, he's given up. Look at that. Wow. So Storrs is actually jibing early. Maybe he sees that there's more pressure on this side toward where we are, and then he can simply leg it over here faster, get to the pressure faster, and not have to rely on just rolling over the top of whatever the French might have with a green spinnaker. So let's look at this carefully. There is definitely a little bit more breeze here close to the shoreline, but it's really tough to tell how far that extends out in the course area. Lots of umpire traffic now on the radio. One of their criteria for abandoning a match is if the teams are not making any forward progress. But in their estimation, they are making forward progress, so there's no longer any talk of abandonment. We are seeing, actually up on the track, the pink spinnaker come down. Who's doing their penalty turn? Is that Chris Poole? Yep, that is. What do you know? Chris Poole doing a penalty turn. Wow. So Chris Poole did manage to get ahead of Sam Gilmore. I'm not quite sure how that happened. Maybe Chris stayed a little bit longer in the pressure along the left shoreline here. So he's not only managed to get the lead, but build enough of it to very brazenly do his penalty turn, downwind, refill the kite, and sail on. Now, change of course being signaled. Is there enough wind to tell what color that change of course flag is? It looks like it's green. Oh, wow. It's been so slow, actually, in this match that a lot of traffic on the radio now about between the umpires and the race committee as to whether to carry on with this. Chief umpire Tom Rinda saying, I bet there's a lot of competitors out here right now that would feel very good about this being canceled. You mean they're redoing it? Yeah, they So Poole did a practice turn. Poole did a practice penalty turn and didn't do it properly, so he's doing it again. But just watching the guys coming out of the bottom mark here in match 3 with Pierre Morvan in the lead in boat 4, with Dave Storrs in boat 5, you could see that just trying to get any forward progress is difficult. You see the trees over there in Belle Isle, and for a while Dave Storrs was definitely not making trees. I haven't seen any anchors come out yet. Oh, there's a slight little bit of forward progress for Dave Storrs. I would say that Morvan's done a little bit better job of finding the right angle. Wow, Sam Gilmore still not around the top mark. And Chris Poole has had the opportunity to do not one, but 2 penalty turns on the downwind leg. There's the slowest little tiny bit of forward progress here. But, yeah, tough conditions here indeed on the Detroit River at the end of the day. It shows you how important the sun is needed to create a little bit of thermal to keep this breeze funneling in from Lake St. Clair. Chris Poole in the background, pink spinnaker. They're just, looks like they're just dousing that spinnaker. On final approach, drifting down to the mark at the same rate. Change of course signal for Chris Poole to going to the green mark. Well, umpires are in serious discussions now with the race committee on abandoning this. We've got lobbying going on from one of the local umpires that they want to continue racing. So, yeah, a couple of different points of view and the radio traffic. There's the slowest of forward progress. We're 18 minutes into match 4, and I don't think match 4 has made it around the top mark yet, have they? Oh, yeah, they have, right, because that was Chris Poole. So we're halfway through. If you look at Poole, we have not made the top mark. If you look at Sam Gilmore, oh, there's Sam. Sam getting around now. Boat 7, red spinnaker, in record time of 18 minutes and 54 seconds. If they keep this thing going, it would be very interesting indeed. Now, sometimes what happens here is you'll get a little pulse of pressure coming off or from Canada out of the right. You can see that that Sam Gilmore has certainly more pressure in that red spinnaker than Poole had when he was coming downwind. Match 1 has been concluded. Matt Graham having beat Wataru Sakamoto. So we have that result from this flight. And actually, I would say the breeze has filled in slightly more. Looking up on the left ley line, we can see Maximilian So making progress across to the top mark. I'm not sure whether So is going to the white mark or whether he was one signaled to go around the green mark at the bottom, at their first bottom mark rounding. So yellow spinnaker goes up for Maximilian So from Singapore. So we're just listening to radio traffic here between race committee and umpires. They are sending the first pair into the harbor. So at the conclusion of this flight, it will be AP over A, which means it will be finished with racing for the day. There's a little bit more pressure starting to fill here in the course. But it's still going to be slow going, and I think there's little, if any, confidence another flight would be very productive. So Chris Poole sailing up along the shoreline now. He's getting signaled by the race committee to go to mark the green mark. As you can see, they're half a leg behind Chris Poole, just jibing now, the red spinnaker. In the distance, in the yellow spinnaker, is Maximilian So. He's managed to get around the top mark. So ahead of Ian Hollerbach. This is another situation where Hollerbach was ahead, lost that lead to So. Similar situation with Poole and Gilmore. So lots of lead changes. Now, interesting to see that Hollerbach has done a jibe set, but not done it very with very pretty results. There we go. Finally got the kite out. So jibe set, difficult thing to do with these asymmetric spinnakers. But they want to dig back toward the shore where they know there's some pressure. The match that's been closer than any other really has been match 3 with Pierre Morvan and Dave Storrs. Dave Storrs trailing Morvan, but not getting too far away. There's not been the same large gaps develop as we've seen in the other matches. Whoa, big waves there. Just watching Ian Hollerbach, black spinnaker, getting through some of the waves from powerboats. They've come across here in search of some wind. But have a long way to go to close the gap. Their opponent, Maxi So, is sailing boat 3 with a yellow spinnaker. I believe they are actually on their way to the finish line. So no more painful upwind legs for them. Just entering the harbor now, Waturo Sakamoto. Waturo, better luck tomorrow. Good effort. And another team from Asia, Maxi So and Team Red Dot, doing their final jibe in boat 3, yellow spinnaker down. So they'll get a finish line flag and an invitation to come back into the harbor as well and call it a day. So score a point for Maxi So in the second match of this first flight of the quarterfinals. But we've got two other matches still out on the course. Match 3 is quite close. Well, close as it's been here in the light air, but Pierre-Antoine Morvan has a thin lead over David Storrs. Morvan tacking now, thinks they are on a ley line. I believe they are going to the green mark. They quite possibly have overstood this. Now, in all this excitement, it's possible, ladies and gentlemen, that somebody might choose the wrong mark. We saw that happen in the round robins in not one, not two, but 3 flights, of which Peter Holtz was involved with every one, weren't you, Peter? Oh, well, but on the last one, it was the right one. Yeah. So, reaching off, Pierre-Antoine Morvan now has a selection to make. Are they going around white? Are they going around green? Dave Storrs actually, in his last appearance out on the race course, chose the wrong one in his match against Peter Holtz. Let's hope they don't do it again, but I'll tell you what, it looks like, oh boy, I'm afraid to say, I bet I bet Storrs is going around the white one. What do you think, guys? No, they're not. I think they thought about it, probably had a little debate and said, you know what, guys? I don't think we chose the right one. So, coming into the harbor now, our winner in match 2, Maximilian So from Singapore. Well done, guys. Way to tough it out in tough conditions. So they go 1 point ahead in the quarterfinals, rolling into tomorrow. Up goes the green spinnaker. Pierre-Antoine Morvan. I think no lead is really comfortable here unless you're a complete leg ahead. So Morvan, green spinnaker. They're just extending. They're not in a big hurry to jibe. Here comes the kite on Storrs, blue spinnaker. I bet Storrs is going to jibe at some point here. We can see pressure on the water along the shoreline. Now maybe they see something different. In fact, it almost looks like Morvan's got a header, got a right shift over there. So he's going to be happy to stay put. Storrs is trying to go low to set himself up to hit Morvan in the jibe. Here comes Morvan. Question is Storrs close enough, even with these big jibe angles, to have an effect on Morvan? And the answer is probably no. It looks like Storrs is going to carry on. They would have needed to jibe there or even a little sooner to have any shot at getting to the French, and that's just not happening. Okay, let's have a round of applause for Ian Hollerbach, Bayview Yacht Club. He didn't do so well in that match, but he'll be coming back swinging tomorrow. So just drifting downwind with what little is left of the breeze for today. Green spinnaker, Pierre-Antoine Morvan. Looks pretty good. They've got one jibe left before getting to the finish line. and winning their first point. Behind them is David Storrs. Storrs is actually flying the spinnaker a lot nicer. I mean, the sail just looks better. Up and away from the rig. Looks like it's got a little pressure in it. But, as they say, too little, too late. It would have to be a miracle for Storrs to close the gap here and have any kind of shot against the French. Yeah, Storrs definitely has a lot of pace. Very, very nicely trimmed blue spinnaker. But it's not going to matter. Here comes Morvan. Morvan not even bother to jibing. They're just going to take down, leisurely cross the finish line. And there's a yellow flag, so score a point for Pierre-Antoine Morvan. And followed by Dave Storrs with the blue spinnaker. Also in the background, in match 4 and earning their first point in the quarterfinals, is Chris Poole. Chris Poole in boat 2. At one point, they were nearly an entire leg ahead of Sam Gilmore. So next flag up on the signal boat will be a blue flag. There it is. And Chris Poole happy that this match was not abandoned, that the race committee and the umpires hung in there to get this completed. There's 1 point now on the scoreboard for Chris Poole, Pierre-Antoine Morvan, Maximilian So, and Matt Graham. So with that, we'll say so long for now from Bayview Yacht Club. I'm Dobbs Davis here with Isao Toyama. We will come back tomorrow and bring you live action from the Detroit Cup here at Bayview Yacht Club. We plan to get started on time at 10 a.m. Thanks very much.